Chapter 2941. Roar! Under the gaze of Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others, the dragon god's main body dashed through the crowd of demons, killing everything in its path. Countless demons were turned into a bloody mist by the dragon god's body. Their lives were taken by the dragon god. In just a short moment, at least hundreds of thousands of demons were killed. Such a scene stunned Du Xiaofu and the others. A half-step Dao realm expert charged into the crowd of immortal realm experts. It was a one-sided massacre. The opponents didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. Everyone could see that the dragon god was truly enraged. Little Xingxing was his daughter, but she had been surrounded by the demon race army, and her entire body was covered in blood. As a father, he could not tolerate such a scene no matter what. Damn it! Damn it! Behind them, the 7 demon generals and 2 demon attendants had chased after the dragon god. All of them were furious. Their hearts were filled with hatred, and they rose up to attack, wanting to stop the dragon god. Get ready to stop them! Di Batian said softly with a gloomy face. Dongwang Taixian, Yanghua and Lu Xintong made their preparations. They were ready to step forward and stop the 7 demon generals from disturbing them. Father! But at this time, the dragon god who had fully unleashed his cultivation had already killed the immortal realm experts of the demon race. The demon army was defeated and scattered. Everyone was in a panic and quickly fled. A wide space appeared between Little Xingxing and the dragon god. Little Xingxing's eyes were hazy with tears as she looked at the dragon god's body that had returned to the appearance of a young man in golden robes. Daughter! The dragon god's eyes were also red. He quickly rushed forward and pulled the girl in front of him into his arms. His palms stroked her hair, and his eyes were full of love and tenderness. At this time, Little Xingxing's body was covered in scarlet blood. Her appearance was extremely miserable, and her aura was somewhat weak. The dragon god placed one hand on her back and continuously channeled energy to help her heal her injuries. Father, I finally see you! I missed you so much! Little Xingxing was sobbing as he spoke, expressing his longing for his father. For thousands of years, she had seen the illusions that her father had left behind in various places more than once, but she had never seen them in person. Now that she was able to see him, all of her longing turned into endless emotions. She couldn't control her emotions at all, and a young girl cried like a child. It's father's fault. Father didn't take care of you for so many years. Xiaolong could not help but wipe away his tears. His emotional appearance no longer had the peerless demeanor he had when he fought against the 3 great demon generals. In front of Little Xingxing, he was a father who had failed to fulfill his responsibilities. His heart was filled with boundless guilt and heartache. Little Xingxing didn't speak anymore, only whimpering softly. Father, where is my mother? Not long after, Little Xingxing left the dragon god's arms, raised his big eyes, and asked eagerly. Your mother and the others should have also arrived at the 33 heavens. Soon, our family will be reunited. The corners of Xiaolong's mouth curled into a smile as he quietly looked at Little Xingxing and said. He lovingly stroked Little Xingxing's hair and spoke softly. Father, the demon race is here. Let's go! At this moment, Long Kei and Long Su stepped forward and said to the dragon god. Xiaolong stood where he was without moving, but the power of his soul had already spread out, sensing everything behind him. At this moment, the Blood God Demon General, the Desolation Demon General, the Mingluo Demon General, the Scarlet Flame Demon General, and the 2 demon attendants, Dongli Qiwang and Qinyan, led several hundred meditative realm experts of the demon race to the front. Di Batian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, and Dongwang Taixian had already charged forward. The 4 of them used their full strength to stop the 7 demon generals. At the same time, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and a few other meditative realm experts used the 8 trigrams technique to fend off the 7 demon generals' attacks with great difficulty. Right now, they were trying to buy time for Xiaolong and Little Xingxing so that the father and daughter could reunite. Let's go. There are some things we can talk about in the future. The most important thing right now is to leave the 18 layers of hell. Xiaolong smiled as he looked at little Xingxing. His eyes were filled with gentleness. However, the moment Xiaolong turned around, the gentleness disappeared and was replaced by a boundless coldness. He handed little Xingxing to Long Kai and Long Su, and asked them to lead Chu Dao Ju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the other immortal experts to retreat to the 15th layer of hell. Xiaolong, on the other hand, turned around and rushed into the crowd of the 7 demon generals. A fierce battle began once again. This time, Xiaolong's strength was even more terrifying than before. Under his all-out attack, the 7 demon generals were thrown into disarray. "Continue to retreat!" Xiaolong called out, and he immediately took Du Xiaofu and the others away. The same thing happened again. Xiaolong attacked again and again, and all the attacks from the 7 demon generals were destroyed. At the same time, he retreated with Di Batian and the others. In addition, when they encountered the millions of immortal experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, they immediately used some means to keep them in their independent spaces. As a result, only Long Xian, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, Lu Xintong, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and a few other experts remained in the outside world, enduring the frenzied pursuit of the 7 demon generals. The rest of the experts in the Forgotten Realm and the Immortal Realm hid in their independent spaces to reduce their losses. Behind them, Dongli Qiwang, Qingyan, and the other immortal and immortal experts were quickly shaken off. They could not keep up with the speed of the half-step immortal experts. They really escaped. "With Long Xian here, we can't chase after them," Blood God Demon General said in a deep voice as he looked at Long Xian coldly. Long Xian's strength was too strong. Even with the strength of the 7 demon generals, they could not stop the people in front of them even if they tried their best. If this continued, these people would really follow the path they came from and pass through more than a dozen layers of hell to return to the 33 heavens. Just chase after them. Since the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds have the guts to break into our demon world, they are already prepared to die here. Although we can't kill them, we are absolutely not afraid. At this time, Milord has already entered the 18th layer of hell. There are still a large number of demon experts there who will soon appear. Tell the 2 demon attendants to gather their forces and kill their way into the 33 heavens. This time, the demon race will officially declare war on them. On the side, Mingluo Demon General spoke in a sinister tone. His entire body surged with killing intent as he stared at the backs of Du Xiaofu and the others in front of him. Boundless hostility burst forth from him. When the other demon generals heard these words, they all fell into a short silence. However, it didn't take too long before everyone gently nodded their heads. Just as Mingluo Demon General said, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had already killed their way to the 16th layer of hell. This was a great challenge to the demon race. If these people were allowed to leave calmly, how could the demon race show its ferocious might? Instead of starting a new round of war in another day, it was better to gather all the demon forces now and launch an all-out attack on the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Even if they couldn't keep them in the 18th layer of hell, they could still directly kill their way into the 33 heavens and declare war on the outside world. I think this is feasible. Lord Demon Ancestor is about to recover and will be able to help us soon. At that time, no matter how strong the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds are, they will absolutely not be able to resist the attack of our demon race. The Desolate Fiend Demon General softly said. The Demon Ancestor was in the midst of recovery. Once he reached his peak, he could directly kill his way into the 33 heavens. At that time, even the 3,000 boundless worlds and Lu Xiaoyu would not be able to stop him. It's settled then. The 7 of us will take the lead. Let's go! Fierce Locust Demon General shouted. Then, he flapped his wings and rushed out, chasing after Xiaolong and the others. Behind them, Dongli Qiwang and Qingyan had also received instructions from the 7 demon generals. They immediately sent people into the 18th layer of hell to gather the demon experts there. In such a scene, Xiaolong, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, Lu Xintong, and the others were chased by the 7 devil generals. They didn't stop and went straight to the outside world. They just wanted to leave the 18th layer of hell as soon as possible. During this time, Du Xiaofu had even more doubts in his heart. Brother Xiaolong, this trip to the 18th layer of hell shouldn't end so simply, right? He raised his head, looked at little Xingxing's father, and voiced his thoughts. At this time, the dragon god didn't seem to be in a hurry. For him, under the premise that he was determined to leave, even if he brought such a large group of people, the 7 demon generals behind him wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Therefore, at this time, he seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. However, when Du Xiaofu asked such a question, Xiaolong frowned slightly. Then, he suddenly sighed slightly and said with some emotion, "So you also thought of this? Is there a change in father's arrangements?" Lu Jingyun raised his eyebrows and asked when he saw Xiaolong's expression. His uncle had appeared in the 18th layer of hell, but his father, Lu Xiaoyu, hadn't shown up. This didn't make sense. The millions of people from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had fought their way to the 16th layer of hell with great difficulty. If they didn't do anything, their actions would be too suspicious. Therefore, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others had already guessed that there must be some changes in Lu Xiaoyu's arrangements. It was precisely because of this that they were ready to evacuate before Xiaolong arrived. "You guess right, there are indeed some changes." Xiaolong frowned slightly, then looked at Lu Jingyun and said aloud, "Your father and I went to a place, but he comprehended something there and went into seclusion, so I'm afraid he won't be able to rush back to the 33 heavens for a while. Because of this, I was afraid that things in the 18th layer of hell would be out of control, so I had to rush back alone in advance. Fortunately, I rushed back, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." As Xiaolong spoke, he faintly sighed with emotion. He had rushed back from that special area just in time. When he arrived at the 16th layer of hell, Du Xiaofu and the others were in a dangerous state. If he had been a little late, there would have been unacceptable consequences. Father comprehended something? Could it be that he wants to break through that realm? Xiaolong's words stunned Lu Jingyun, Du Xiaofu, and the others. Everyone knew that Lu Xiaoyu was currently at the peak of the Tao-bearing realm, and was only one step away from the last of the 9 realms, the imageless realm. However, it was this one step that had trapped him for countless years without being able to enter the door. And now, listening to Xiaolong, it seemed that they had gone to a special place together, and in that place, Lu Xiaoyu actually had a new understanding. According to this, he was now at the most critical moment. Once he succeeded, he would be able to enter the imageless realm, and be as powerful as the ancient god fiends. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu and the others felt a little difficult to breathe. And, seeing everyone's shocked expression, Xiaolong frowned and nodded gently, then said, "I don't know if boss can successfully break through, and I don't know how long this seclusion will take. The devil race is about to recover, and we don't seem to be able to afford it." There was a dignified look in his eyes. The devil race was like a mountain that pressed down on the heads of all living creatures, making it difficult for them to breathe. If there was no boss Lu Xiaoyu, who else in this world could lead the 3,000 boundless worlds and 33 heavens to fight against the devil race? This is indeed a little difficult to handle. Du Xiaofu lowered his head slightly and murmured. Senior brother Lu Xiaoyu had been planning everything since many years ago to fight against the devil race. The plan to deal with the devil ancestor was all under his control, but at this time, such a situation had occurred, which made people happy and worried. "Uncle Xiaolong, did father have other plans for us to enter the 18 levels of hell?" Lu Jingyun asked Xiaolong again. "Yes, there are plans." Xiaolong nodded, and at this time, he no longer hid anything. He said, "Boss originally planned to appear at the most intense moment of the battle, and really start the final battle with the devil ancestor. After all, at this time, the devil ancestor has already entered the 18 levels of hell. If we don't do anything to stop him and let him fully recover, it will be very troublesome." Du Xiaofu and the others nodded, expressing their understanding. However, it was only now that they knew that Lu Xiaoyu had already planned to have the final battle with the devil ancestor, and everything was under his control. In addition, in the 18 levels of hell, there are still some things that you don't know about. Suddenly, Xiaolong changed the topic and said, "Things that we don't know about? What things?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked immediately. The others were also curious, and all of them looked at Xiaolong, wanting to hear his answer. Perhaps you already know that the 18 levels of hell is a terrifying formation, which was set up by the great god Pangu in ancient times. It is also because of this formation that it is able to suppress the devil ancestor's primordial spirit, which is divided into 18 levels, so that he can't escape. Today, the formation's energy has been mostly used up, and it can no longer trap the devil ancestor. Because of this, many years ago, a strand of his primordial spirit escaped from the first level of hell. In the end, under the pursuit of me and Boss, he escaped into Xinwu world. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all had some understanding of this situation. As for the strand of devil ancestor's primordial spirit that escaped from the first level of hell, it was the demon god that caused the catastrophe in Xinwu world. Seeing that everyone understood, Xiaolong continued. Because Boss's plan wasn't perfect, he didn't kill his way into the 18 levels of hell to fight the devil ancestor. Because if he did that, the battle between the two of them would definitely destroy all the remnants of the formation. However, not long ago, everything finally stabilized. Outside of the 18 levels of hell, a brand new formation was set up, enough to resist the impact of the battle. However, there is one key point. As Xiaolong spoke, he stretched out a finger and said, "In the ancient times, the great god Pangu set up such a terrifying formation to suppress the devil ancestor's primordial spirit. At the same time, he also sealed all the devil race. It can be said that his strength was divine, and he was unparalleled. But if we really want to talk about all of this, it's not the work of Pangu alone." After Xiaolong finished speaking, he paused for a moment. As for Du Xiaofu and the others, their interest was once again piqued. They all looked at Xiaolong eagerly, wanting to hear him continue. Today, everyone knew that the 18 levels of hell were set up by the great god Pangu to trap the devil ancestor and the devil race. However, listening to Xiaolong's words, it seemed that there were others who helped. In the ancient times, many powerhouses of the Great Path emerged in the Pangu realm. When the heavens and earth were first created, those people observed the evolution of the Great Path and were able to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. It was very terrifying. Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief and continued. However, after the ancient war, it seems that all the powerhouses of the Great Path disappeared. No ancestor of any force remained in the world. The only trace that can be found in the 33 heavens is the burial mountain where Yuan Feng and the blood ancestor had their final battle. It is located in the eternal heaven. Do you know why? As Xiaolong spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others. Before they could answer or shake their heads, he continued. Because the 18 levels of hell were built by the 18 powerhouses of the Great Path and the great god Pangu. Chapter 2942. 18 Tao Carrier Realm Experts. Xiaolong's words caused everyone present to be fiercely shocked for a moment. It was only now that they realized that the 18 layers of hell were composed not only by Pangu's supreme divine power, but also by the contributions of 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts. While everyone was stunned, they continued to look at Xiaolong, quietly waiting for his next words. That's right, 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts. Xiaolong nodded and said, the ancient devil race was prosperous and had many experts. Without the help of the 18 Tao carriers, I'm afraid that Pangu alone wouldn't be able to suppress all the ancient devil race here. Without the 18 Tao carrier realm experts as the foundation of the formation, the demon race might have broken it before it could truly take shape. After this explanation, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others finally came to an understanding. It turned out that the 18 ancient experts were the foundation of the formation, and they respectively suppressed every single level of the 18 levels of hell. They could be considered to have formed a part of the enormous formation. Everyone thought about it, and could understand. With the strength of the devil race, it was absolutely impossible for them to stay obediently in the 18 levels of hell and wait for the great god Pangu's formation to suppress them. They would definitely put up a terrifying resistance. One had to know that in the demon world, there were 18 primordial spirits of the demon ancestor, and many demon generals, all of whom were terrifying existences. Once these people joined forces and launched an attack, even Pangu, who had been injured in the battle, would have a hard time suppressing them all by himself. With the 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts as the foundation of the formation, guarding each layer of the 18 layers of hell, there would be a complete guarantee of success. It's no wonder that not a single Tao Carrier Realm expert has appeared in the 33 heavens. The only trace that appeared was the burial space mountain where Yuan Feng suppressed the blood ancestors' remains in the Yin Qiong uncorroded heaven. It turns out that almost all the supreme experts that appeared at the beginning of the world were buried here. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others sighed with emotion. Everyone felt pity. Countless living beings had fallen in the ancient war, and even the strongest Tao Carrier Realm experts couldn't escape such a fate. Even if they didn't die at the hands of the demon race, they still paid the price with their lives. Fortunately, with the efforts of Pangu World's living beings, the demon race was finally suppressed and sealed in the 18 layers of hell for eons. According to Boss's plan, a huge formation outside the 18 layers of hell, so we won't have to worry about the demon race invading the 33 heavens. Because of this formation, the demons could only be confined to the 18 levels of hell. This place would be the final battlefield. Therefore, no matter how terrifying the demon dragon realm, it won't have a huge impact on the 33 heavens, Xiaolong said. He pondered for a moment, then continued. Using this opportunity, we have a chance to destroy the formation of the 18 levels of hell and rescue the 18 Tao carriers who are the foundation of the formation. When Xiaolong said this, everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Rescue them? Don't tell me those Tao Carrier Realm experts are still alive? Such a question blurted out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He turned to look at the dragon god beside him with a look of extreme shock. Lu Jingyun's expression was similar to everyone else's, and they were all very surprised. The 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts of ancient times had helped Pangu lay down the powerful seal of the 18 layers of hell, and they had definitely consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. Countless years had passed, so could it be that those experts were still alive? If this was the case, then it was really something worth looking forward to. But to everyone's surprise, Xiaolong didn't confirm their guess, and only said 3 words. I don't know. But soon he seemed to feel that this answer was a little inappropriate, and continued. In fact, you should be able to sense that there are some strange life forces in many places of the 18 layers of hell. And these life forces are emitted by the 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts of ancient times. When Xiaolong said this, Du Xiaofu and the others immediately recalled that they were able to sense the existence of some formidable life form in the shadows in many levels of the 18 levels of hell. Every breath they took was like a heavy hammer striking their chests, causing them to feel extremely pressured. At the beginning, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others all speculated that these life forces were most likely demon experts, which made them extremely cautious. But as they went deeper and deeper, they also discovered that the life forces in the dark didn't seem to show any signs of awakening, so they didn't pay too much attention to them. At this time, through Xiaolong's explanation, they finally understood that these life forces were emitted by the ancient Tao Carrier Realm experts of Pangu World. These people were the ones who helped Pangu seal the 18 layers of hell. Since they are still emitting life forces, doesn't that mean those Tao Carrier Realm experts are still alive? Du Xiaofu's heart beat faster. They had sensed such life forces in the 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 13th, and many other layers of hell. If this was the case, there were at least a few Tao Carrier Realm experts who were still alive. Once they were rescued, given enough time, they would be able to return to their peak state and increase the fighting strength of the 33 heavens. The life forces emitted by these life forces don't necessarily mean that those experts are still alive. Tao Carrier Realm experts have already walked their own Tao, and have an aura completely different from that of heaven and earth. Back then, the 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts worked together to seal the 18 layers of hell. Even if they are dead now, the energy they left behind is still playing a big role. Therefore, without breaking the seal, I can't be sure whether they are still alive or not, unless Boss comes here personally. Xiaolong sighed softly and said to everyone. Even with his strength, it was difficult to pry into the specific state of the 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts who formed the foundation of the 18 layers of Hell's seal. According to his and Lu Xiaoyu's original plan, they would have fought a decisive battle against the demon race and the demon ancestor, then broken the seal of the 18 layers of Hell. Only then would they be able to truly determine the outcome. But now, Boss was in seclusion in the strange place outside the world, so all of their arrangements could only be temporarily put on hold. They needed to plan for the long term. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu and the others nodded, but at the same time, they felt even more helpless in their hearts. If the 18 Tao Carrier Realm experts had survived from ancient times until now and participated in the battle against the demon race in their peak state, it would have been wonderful. Under such circumstances, even if Jiangqun recovered, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes would still have the strength to contend. Coupled with the countless years of planning, it wouldn't be difficult to completely suppress the demon race. But obviously, this was just a beautiful dream. It wasn't realistic at all. We don't know how long it'll take for Boss to return, so we can't proceed according to plan. Without him, no one in the 33 heavens or the 3,000 universes can barely suppress the demon ancestor. If we continue to fight recklessly, we'll only end up defeated. Xiaolong thought for a moment and said this. He and Boss couldn't continue with their plan. Their goal in entering the 18 layers of Hell was to take away the several million experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes and preserve their fighting strength. This process obviously wasn't too difficult, but Xiaolong's brows still showed a trace of melancholy. Father is breaking through to the imageless realm, and the demon ancestor is rapidly recovering. Looks like it's a race of time now. Whoever takes that crucial step first will have the upper hand. Lu Jingyan thought for a moment and sighed. The demon ancestor was in the midst of recovery, and at this time, his father, Lu Xiaoyu, had obtained an opportunity and gained new enlightenment. The war between the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes and the demon race was on the verge of breaking out. It could be fully launched at any time. The key to this was to see who would take that crucial step first, Lu Jingyan's father or the demon ancestor. This step was likely to determine the final victory, so it made people nervous. That's what I'm worried about. I only hope that Boss won't take too long. Now, Senior Spirit Creation has left the 3,000 universes for many years and can't be found. If Boss doesn't come back, we really can't compete with the demon race. Xiaolong furrowed his brows with deep worry. If Lu Xiaoyu didn't return to the 33 heavens and enter the 18 layers of Hell, they couldn't even save the 18 ancient experts, let alone fight with the demon race. Once the demon ancestor recovered his strength, all living things would face a disaster. This was what Xiaolong was most worried about. The founder of the 3,000 universes was difficult to find. In the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes, there was no one who could compete with the demon ancestor. Du Xiaofu's heart sank. He naturally understood the key to this and couldn't help worrying. Uncle Xiaolong, don't worry, I believe that father will return soon. Looking at the solemn faces of the people around him, Lu Jingyan spoke at the right time. That's right. Although Xiaoyu is quite troublesome, he has never dropped the ball for so many years. When Di Batian heard Lu Jingyan's words, he smiled and said, Don't worry. Such words made Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, and the others relax a lot. This was especially true for Yanghua, Lu Xintong, and Xiaolong. When they were still weak, they had followed Lu Xiaoyu. That guy was indeed a troublemaker, but just as Di Batian had said, he had never made any mistakes. Chapter 2943. Uncle and Dad are really alike. Both of them always appear at the most crucial moment. How worrying! Suddenly, beside Xiaolong, little Xingxing muttered softly. As he spoke, his bright eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. In an instant, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, Lu Xintong, Lu Jingyun, Xiaolong, and the others all looked at Du Xiaofu with smiles on their faces. Du Xiaofu rubbed his nose. The atmosphere was a little awkward. He rolled his eyes at little Xingxing. Why was he suddenly dragged into this? Du Xiaofu clenched his fist. If it wasn't for little Xingxing's father, the dragon god, who was present, he would have gone up and knocked little Xingxing on the head. But in the end, he loosened his grip and suppressed his impulse. Let's go. We have to leave the 18 levels of hell as soon as possible and return to the divine devil battlefield, Xiaolong said to the people around him. After that, Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing, and the others all entered Lu Jingyun's independent space. Only Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, Lu Xintong, and Xiaolong were left outside. At this moment, the 7 demon generals were still unwilling to let them go. They followed closely behind them and began a terrifying pursuit. Comparatively speaking, the demon generals in the meditative realm had been left far behind. They couldn't catch up to the speed of these people. As for the millions of soldiers, they couldn't even touch a speck of dust. Even so, Xiaolong and the others didn't seem to have any intention of stopping to fight the 7 demon generals. They were 5 against 7. Xiaolong could fight 3 demon generals alone without being at a disadvantage. However, to Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, and the others who had been severely injured in the previous battle, even if they were to fight 1 demon general each, they would still be at a disadvantage if the battle dragged on. Under such circumstances, the 7 demon generals pursued relentlessly. All of them exploded with terrifying auras. Xiaolong and the others didn't care. They only wanted to leave the 18 levels of hell. They had no intention of fighting the demon generals to the death. However, the demon generals didn't think so. While the 7 half-step realm experts of the 3,000 universes were chasing the demon generals, Dongli Qihuang, Qingyan, and the others had passed through the 17 levels of hell and entered the demon generals. The demon generals. Currently, Jiangchen had found his final strand of nascent spirit on this floor and was in the process of fusing with it. However, as soon as the 18th level of hell was broken, all of the devilish beings here naturally regained their freedom. Demon generals and the demon generals in the realm and fiends, the immortal realm, alone, there were more. Under the 2 demon attendants' command, so many demon experts surged out and left the 18th layer of hell. They entered the 16th layer of hell and joined up with the other demon experts. Right after that, 6 to 7 million immortal realm demons left in the direction Du Xiaofu and the others had retreated to, heading out of the 18 layers of hell. The combined auras of so many experts were terrifying. Demonic flames burned fiercely as they charged into the 33 heavens for the final battle. At the same time, a large number of true severing, god-sizing, and returning void realm experts received instructions from the 2 demon generals and gathered together. It won't be long before Milord fully recovers his strength. Since the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes have all retreated, we can't let them take a single step into the demon world. The Dongli Scarlet Phoenix's eyes were gloomy as it spoke in an eerie tone. The nearby Qingyan nodded seriously as well. The 2 demon generals' thoughts were simple. Since Du Xiaofu and the others had left in a hurry and refused to fight them, the demon generals would naturally pursue them until they couldn't advance any further. Countless experts of the demon race were stationed in the 33 heavens. They only had to wait for the demon ancestor to return. Then, they could launch an all-out attack. During this time, their primary mission was to protect the demon race's territory and prevent the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes from setting foot in again. Lu Xiaoyu must have encountered something unexpected. Otherwise, he would have appeared long ago. Qingyan spoke. This was how it should be. The demon race had guessed a few key points about the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes' hasty retreat. Logically speaking, it wasn't to the extent that Lu Xiaoyu would have made a move when those few million experts arrived at the 16th level of hell. It was exactly because of this that Dongli Qiwang and Qin Yan were fully confident that by relying on the experts that the demon race could mobilize, it would be sufficient to force the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes out of the 18 levels of hell and make it impossible for them to act rashly. The 33 heavens, the 3,000 universes. Hee hee. Once Milord's ferocious might appears once more, both of those worlds will be the territory of our demon race. All the living beings there will become food and slaves for our demon race. No one is an exception, including the Lord of the 3,000 universes, Lu Xiaoyu, and the others. Of course, there's also Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qiwang revealed a gloomy smile once more, and it was extremely ghastly. After that, the two devil attendants didn't say anything else, and they led the experts of the demon race all the way out of the 18 levels of hell at full speed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Chu Daoju, and the others were all in Lu Jingyun's independent space. They didn't carry out any fervent discussions or exchanges because many of them had suffered heavy or light injuries during the crazy battle from before. They relied on the current stable situation to make use of the time they had to cultivate diligently, and they just wanted to recover to their prime as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu didn't pay too much attention to the outside world, and he sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes slightly closed just like everyone else. However, some thoughts arose in his heart from time to time. Du Xiaofu knew that the Dragon God intended to lead all the experts to retreat into the Fiend God battlefield where the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes would receive them. Although there weren't any half-step Tao-bearing cultivators, or even Tao-bearing cultivators, there were still quite a few in the meditative and forgetful realms. They were more than enough to deal with the demon's current strength. However, Du Xiaofu was worried that the demons hadn't displayed their full strength yet. If one or two more demon general-level experts showed up, the situation would be dire. Senior Brother actually set up such a terrifying formation that enveloped the entire 18 levels of hell. With the help of Great God Pengu's methods from the primordial era, the demons can only enter, but not leave. In other words, even if the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes can't resist the demons, it's still wishful thinking for them to kill their way into the 33 heavens. Unless, as Du Xiaofu thought this, Jiangchen's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. As the demon ancestor, once he recovered his full strength, it wouldn't be particularly difficult for him to break through Senior Brother Lu Xiaoyu's methods. The only thing he could hope for now was for Senior Brother Lu Xiaoyu to return sooner than Jiangchen did. That way, fewer people would die in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes. However, all of this could only be hoped for. Nobody could predict the final outcome. I'm afraid my current strength is still a ways off from Senior Brother's plan. I don't even know what level of strength I need to reach before I can truly kill Jiangchen. Du Xiaofu calculated in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He was only at the second level of the Void Tao. His true strength was equivalent to a peak third realm meditative forgetfulness expert. He wasn't much weaker than Lu Jingyun and the others. If he'd been in the 33 heavens in the past, such strength would have allowed him to run amok. No one would have been able to stop him. However, the situation had changed long ago. Not to mention Jiangchen, who recovered his strength, even if Du Xiaofu gathered the strength of hundreds of meditative forgetfulness experts, he still felt powerless against the demons who'd lost their strength. He couldn't help but feel that, in Senior Brother Lu's plan, with his measly cultivation, it wasn't very realistic for him to be the key factor in killing Jiangchen. At the very least, he'd have to break through the third realm of the Void Tao and become a true Tao bearer. Only by possessing the power of Tao bearers and breaking through the shackles placed on his physical body and nascent spirit would he have the qualifications to stand at the peak and look down on the billions of living beings. When that time came, he'd have the strength to fight Jiangchen. Bearer, how can I become a bearer? As Du Xiaofu recovered from his injuries, he frowned slightly. He pondered this question over and over again. Rays of light formed from origin rose from his body, vibrating softly as they repaired the damage on his body. Du Xiaofu was somewhat vexed. He'd been stuck at the second level of the Void Tao for quite some time now, but he'd only made continuous progress. He still had a long way to go before he could truly break through. Everyone in the world knew what the Tao Vessel Realm was. It represented walking out of one's own Tao and not being restricted by everything in the heavens and the earth. If it was said that all living beings below the carrier realm relied on the laws, order, principles, and rules of the vast thousand worlds to obtain strength, then the carrier realm was completely independent of the world. They didn't need to rely on the heavens and earth because they themselves were the heavens and the earth. All the power they could control was akin to a world of their own. They had complete control over it. If they wanted it to live, it would live, and if they wanted it to die, it would die. The bearer realm represented supremacy, the power of law, and the ultimate ruler. And going further up was the imageless realm. Senior brother Lu Xiaoyu had once told Du Xiaofu that although the bearer realm and the bearer realm were two different realms, they were actually only one step apart. The biggest difference was whether or not one could create an independent and complete world. When the great Tao they comprehended was broken down, it could produce the evolution of laws, it could promote the growth of living beings, it could bear the weight of boundless space, it could withstand the test of time, and it could create a myriad of living things. It's easy to say, but it's really hard to do. No wonder since the beginning of time, only those primordial sentient life forms in the 33 heavens could peek into the birth of the world's laws and reach the bearer realm. In the 3,000 universes, only senior brother Lu Xiaoyu was able to do it. Even seniors Di Batian and Dongwang Taixian, who controlled the two strongest worlds, couldn't do it. Du Xiaofu sighed again, secretly feeling the difficulty of reaching the bearer realm. The number of bearer realm experts born in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes was extremely limited. According to Di Batian, due to some special reasons, the 3,000 worlds didn't produce a Tao carrier like Pangu world did in the ancient times. Only after many years did a heaven-defying figure like Lu Xiaoyu appear. He stood alone at the peak of the world and was admired by the world. He was unreachable. I've mastered the 4 primordial laws and stepped into the Void Tao. The Void Tao is a microscopic manifestation of the bearer realm. Theoretically speaking, as long as I continue to cultivate, I'll break through to the bearer realm one day. There's no need for too much comprehension. At that time, the Tao I'll walk will probably be the same as Exalted Celestial or Pangu. Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. He'd already seen through these problems. However, he was also very clear that if he wanted to cultivate step by step, he didn't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take him to reach that step. Not to mention whether this theory could stand up to scrutiny, just the fact that the powerful demon race was coming like Mount Tai. If they waited for tens of thousands of years, it would be too late. Perhaps the world would have already been reduced to a demon domain. Whether it's the Tao of Exalted Celestial or Pangu, I don't want to walk on it. I want to comprehend my own Tao. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with a strong will. He didn't want to walk down the path of others step by step. The 4 primal laws came from the 33 heavens, from great God Pangu. If he followed the path of others, who knew how much effort and time he would have to spend? Du Xiaofu suddenly felt that perhaps he should have an absolute will, the ability to break through all obstacles and open up a path that belonged to him. Later, I'll have to ask Brother Xiaolong and a few other seniors about what the bearer realm is all about. Perhaps their comprehension will be able to provide me with some help. Du Xiaofu thought inwardly. He felt that he needed to have a good chat with the several half-step bearer realm experts outside. Especially Yang Gua and Lu Xintong. As Hotian life forms, they had actually taken that crucial step and began to comprehend their own Tao. This was extremely shocking. The things they comprehended would be a rare reference for him, and would be greatly beneficial for him to break through to the bearer realm in the future. And if senior brother Lu Xiaoyu could return in time, he would be able to learn a thing or two from him. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a little impatient. However, this impatient thought was quickly suppressed by him, and he calmed down once again. Let's recover our strength first. Who knows, we might have to face a great battle later. Du Xiaofu stopped thinking about it and let out a sigh of relief. The 7 great demon generals were still chasing after them. Perhaps the demon race didn't intend to let them go so easily. If something went wrong, even if they retreated to the fiend god battle realm, they would still have to face a bloody battle. The most important thing now was to recover their strength and deal with any unforeseen events that might occur at any time. This independent space was very calm. All the living beings here were constantly recovering their strength and healing their injuries. But outside this space, it was a completely different situation. For Xiaolong, Di Batian, and Yanghua, their speed was extremely fast. Nothing could stop them along the way, so it didn't take long for them to pass through several levels of hell. They were many times faster than when Du Xiaofu and the others entered. But behind them, the 7 great demon generals were relentlessly chasing after them. They continuously attacked with terrifying attacks in an attempt to obstruct them to a certain extent. However, these attacks were all under the control of Xiaolong and the others, and didn't achieve the results that the 7 great demon generals wanted. The shadows of axes, the streaks of blood-red sword lights, and the waves of demonic chi were all defeated. In a situation where Xiaolong and the others were determined to leave, the 7 great demon generals couldn't do anything to stop them. But what made them frown was that the 7 great demon generals didn't have any intention of stopping. They chased after them all the way and didn't relax at all. I'm afraid the demon race won't stop so easily. From the looks of it, could it be that they want to chase us all the way to the fiend god battle realm? Di Batian said with a frown as they ran at full speed. The 7 great demon generals gave them a lot of pressure. Only Xiaolong wasn't afraid of them. The others were more or less injured and couldn't fight head-on. I'm afraid that's really the case. I can sense a terrifying demonic chi surging. It seems that the other experts of the demon race are also chasing after us. Maybe they're really planning to have a final battle with the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds. Xiaolong said with a frown. He released the power of his primordial spirit, and could vaguely sense the movements of the demon race's seated forgetfulness and immortal realm experts in the depths of the 18 levels of hell. It was worrying. The demon race might have noticed that something is wrong with us. They're trying to take advantage of the situation. Dong Wang Taixian also felt that the situation was a little bad. Now that Lu Xiaoyu wasn't here, it wasn't a good thing to have a decisive battle ahead of time. Let's go first. We'll talk about it after we return to the fiend god battle realm. If the demon race wants to chase after us, let them catch up. We're not afraid of a real battle. Xiaolong said in a deep voice with a frown. He shook his body and released an even more vigorous energy. His speed increased by a few notches. Behind him, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong quickly followed. Behind them, the 5 great demon generals gave chase fiercely. Their speed was also extremely fast. Chapter 2944. The chase continued for a long time in the 18 layers of hell. The 7 demon generals had no intention of letting Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, and the others leave. Moreover, a long time ago, the 7 demon generals had passed down orders for the 2 demon attendants, Dongli Qihuang and Qinyan, to gather even more powerhouses of the demon race and directly attack the 33 heavens. Their goal was simple. They wanted to block the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds outside the 18 levels of hell. They wanted to wait for the demon lord to recover to his peak state. Then, they could lead the army to attack the 33 heavens and take down the 3,000 great worlds. During this time, they would not allow anyone from the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds to take a step into the demon world. With this thought in mind, the 7 demon generals pursued Xiaolong and the others in full force. The 12 of them, 5 at the front and 7 at the back, continued to move forward, passing through layer after layer of hell. It didn't take long for them to return to the first layer of hell. If they continued to go out, they would have to pass through the boundless barren star field and enter the fiend god battlefield. The demon race really doesn't plan on letting go. Xiaolong turned around and said with a frown. This was one of the results he was most worried about. Without his boss, it wasn't suitable for them to fight the demon race. If they really fought, the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds together wouldn't have any advantage. Moreover, they didn't know how much hidden strength the demon race had not revealed. Let's retreat first. I have a feeling that the demon race won't start the final battle so easily. They probably want to block us outside the 18 layers of hell and wait for the demon ancestor to recover before attacking. Batian speculated after thinking about it. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Perhaps the demon race experts had the same idea as them. They were all waiting. The 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds were waiting for Lu Xiaoyu to return, while the demon race was waiting for the demon ancestor to recover. In the end, which side the situation would favor would depend on Lu Xiaoyu or the demon ancestor, who would take the crucial step first. Let's go! No matter what the demons plan to do, we must enter the fiend god battle realm first. If they want to fight, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds will definitely not back down. Xiaolong's entire body surged with a ferocious aura. His entire being looked like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing its sharpness. Without further ado, they charged out of the first level of hell and arrived in the boundless starry sky. In the surroundings, withered stars revolved one after another, drawing strange trajectories that were inexplicably mysterious. Somewhere in the starry sky, a massive ball of light flashed, releasing a vast amount of energy. Even from an endless distance away, it was difficult to ignore its existence. After listening to Xiaolong's explanation, Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong understood that the terrifying light was the chaos origin left behind by the great god Pangu. It contained unparalleled power. It was because of the vast energy provided by the chaos origin that the laws of the starry sky, which had been changed by Lu Xiaoyu, could continue to operate without stopping. Imperceptibly, the few of them could feel strands of mysterious energy moving rapidly, forming a terrifying restriction outside the 18 levels of hell. It contained a powerful pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Behind them, the 7 demon generals quickly charged out. When they entered the boundless starry sky, the 7 of them trembled, as if they had sensed something terrifying. The corners of Xiaolong's mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile when they saw this scene. They were clearly aware that the frightening formation that Lu Xiaoyu had set up had been sensed by the 7 great demon generals. They had sensed an extremely dangerous aura, which was why they had such a reaction. Let's enter the fiend god battle realm. I wonder if the 7 demon generals have the guts to follow us, Xiaolong said softly to the few people around him. Then, he disappeared from where he was and did not appear again. After leaving the 18 levels of hell, the sealing power in the entire space weakened a lot. For Pathfinder realm experts, as long as the power of the primordial spirit could reach a place, they could reach it in an instant. There was no need for them to travel through the 18 levels of hell and waste a lot of time. Let's go! Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong's figures flickered and disappeared from where they were. The 7 demon generals did not continue to give chase as they watched the 5 of them leave. Instead, they turned their attention to the huge cluster of primal chaos origin source in the starry sky. Everyone's eyes revealed a greedy expression. I didn't expect Pangu to leave behind such a huge chaos origin. If we can obtain it, it will be easy for us demon generals to return to our peak. Among the crowd, the blood god demon general said. His crimson eyes were filled with unconcealable greed. The 7 great demon generals had only managed to break free after countless years due to Pangu's powerful seal. Their strength had been greatly reduced, and they did not even have a small portion of their peak strength left. If they did not have a huge opportunity, it would take a lot of time for them to return to their peak. Now that the war between the demon race and the 33 heavens was imminent, they did not have that many years to wait for them to recover. But today, they saw the chaos origin left behind by Pangu. The 7 of them could not help but be overjoyed. As long as they could obtain the primal chaos source and refine it, it would be extremely easy for them to fully recover. If we obtain the chaos origin and return to our peak strength, even if the demon ancestor does not appear, we will be able to easily wipe out the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universal worlds. These two worlds are no longer the same as they were in the past. Without the obstruction of sentient life forms, they are no different from chickens and dogs. A fierce glint rose in the eyes of the desolate demon general by the side as he spoke in a deep voice. He could not help but look forward to it as if he was imagining the state after refining the chaos origin. It was indeed as he said. During the ancient war, the demon generals had received special attention. 18 Tao-carrying powerhouses had joined forces to set up a terrifying formation. With their bodies as the foundation, they had not only suppressed the 18 demon ancestors' primordial spirits, but also sealed them together. Under such circumstances, their strength had been greatly reduced. But if the demon generals recovered their peak strength and had the cultivation of Tao-carrying powerhouses at their peak, it would be no different from destroying the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universal worlds. Among the beings of the two worlds, Lu Xiaoyu was the only Tao-carrying powerhouse. Such a great disparity in strength was enough for the demon race to sweep through the two worlds and enslave all beings. The only thing they needed to worry about was the person who had yet to appear. That person was the creator of the 3,000 universal worlds. The 7 demon generals knew that person must be one of the ancient fiend gods, but he had not participated in the Great War. They did not know where he was now or why he had yet to appear. Is this a new formation? It actually uses the chaos origin as the source of energy. This method is really extraordinary. Ming Lu demon general observed for a while and came to such a conclusion. It was not difficult for them to discover the current state of the starry sky. According to their speculation, perhaps only the legendary master of the 3,000 universal worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, could have such means. Through this formation, the 7 demon generals could also judge that Lu Xiaoyu's strength must be very strong. He was above the demon generals at their peak and could not be underestimated. It won't be easy to break this formation. The chaos origin is right in front of us, but I'm afraid it will be a little hot and difficult to get, the fierce locust devil general leisurely said. Whether it's difficult or not, we have to try first. With the strength of the 7 of us, there is a chance to break Lu Xiaoyu's formation. Demon General Duo Yu's gloomy voice sounded as he spoke to the other 6 demon generals. That's right. Let's try. As long as we can get the chaos origin, we will be able to recover quickly. For this, even if the price is a little high, it will be worth it. Red Flame Demon General's words were deep as he spoke. The 7 demon generals all agreed with his words. Then Blood God Demon General flew out. A fierce aura constantly rose from his body and quickly condensed into a huge blood-colored light sword, which was raised in the void. At the same time, a deep roar came from Blood God Demon General's mouth. He said, "Then let me test how strong this formation is." Just as he finished speaking, the terrifying light sword moved. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens and collapsed, as if it could stir up a great world. It was boundlessly terrifying. The light sword slashed down, causing the void to tremble and the heavens to tremble. The endless stars in the surroundings seemed to tremble under this powerful force, faintly swaying. Rumble. Following Blood God Demon General's movements, the light sword finally slashed down brazenly, slashing into the boundless void. However, just as the light sword ferociously attacked for a distance, a resplendent 5-colored glow suddenly appeared in the void space. It was like the scorching rays of the scorching sun, causing the 7 demon generals to unconsciously squint their eyes. The multicolored light flashed, then dimmed a little, revealing its clearest form. In the eyes of the 7 demon generals, strange patterns intertwined in the surrounding starry sky, like a messy net covering it. It was incomparably complicated, and there was no clue to be found. Chi. When Blood God Demon General's light sword slashed into the light net, it was immediately absorbed. However, the light net only shook a little naturally, but it did not cause much of a commotion before disappearing. What a powerful technique, it's unbelievable. Lu Xiaoyu is very strong. I'm afraid he's even more terrifying than we imagined. The scene that they saw caused the 7 demon generals to be a little startled. They knew Blood God Demon General's strength. Although he was not at the peak, he was definitely terrifying. However, his all-out attack had almost no effect at all. This was simply unbelievable. Let's attack together. I don't believe that Lu Xiaoyu can really reach the sky. After all, he's not Pangu, and he's not here to preside over the battle array. I'd like to see how this battle array can withstand the combined attack of the 7 of us. Ming Luo Demon General's voice was gloomy and extremely cold as he spoke. The remaining 6 nodded at the same time. Then, the 7 demon generals gathered their terrifying strength again. Each of them condensed almost all of their strength, turning it into the most terrifying attack. Axe shadows, saber lights, and sword lights formed, buzzing and trembling in the void. Each attack seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble! The entire star field seemed to be boiling, and there was an earth-shaking explosion. Chi! The attacks finally landed. Every single one of them was extremely domineering and terrifying. At this time, the 7 demon generals temporarily stopped thinking about how to chase after Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dongwang Taishan, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong. They also stopped thinking about the final battle between the demon race, the 33 heavens, and the 3,000 boundless worlds. All they wanted to do was to obtain the primal chaos source and use it to recover their strength. As long as they could achieve this result, the heavy responsibility of conquering the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds could be accomplished without the demon ancestors' help. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the 7 demon generals finally landed and bombarded the colorful light net. The 7 of them attacked with their full strength, and they did not intend to hold back. If they were in a world, such a terrifying attack would be enough to shake the entire world. Countless living beings would feel as if they were facing the end of the world, and they would die in fear. However, after such a terrifying attack landed, a scene that caused the 7 demon generals to feel disbelief appeared. The layers of intertwined light net trembled violently, and the huge stars around it also shook violently. However, this trembling and shaking did not last for too long. After the 7 of them lost their strength, everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had changed. The layers of light net were still shrouding, releasing bright light. The huge stars were also moving, drawing mysterious trajectories. The huge chaos origin in the distance was still as stable as Mount Tai, not moving at all. Nothing was shaken by the attacks of the 7 demon generals. The light net and the stars were orderly in the chaos, each doing their job, and maintained their original state, suppressing the 18 levels of hell. How can this be? The 7 demon generals frowned, and they were helpless. They were indeed helpless. Even with their full strength, there was no effect, and this made the 7 demon generals feel a little hurt. Lu Xiaoyu's method was actually so powerful. However, it was understandable. The 7 of them were far from their peak, and Lu Xiaoyu's formation was arranged with Pangu's power, so it was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, after thinking for a while, they felt that this result was acceptable. Since it's a formation, it can't be natural. Lu Xiaoyu is not Pangu, so there must be a flaw. We don't believe that the 7 of us can't break it. The Red Flame Demon General's voice became even more vicious, and his eyes became even more ruthless. He was unwilling to give up, and he planned to try again. Find the weak point of this formation, and gather the strength of the 7 of us to break it. The other 6 demon generals spoke again. At the same time, they gathered together and gathered an even more vigorous power, preparing for a new round of attacks. A gigantic ball of primal chaos source stood in the distance, releasing a mesmerizing radiance. However, under the obstruction of the boundless array, they could only watch helplessly. This made the 7 demon generals very unwilling to give up. They kept searching, wanting to break the formation and obtain the chaos origin. At this time, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dongwang Taishan, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong had already returned to the divine demon battlefield. Many experts who were in the independent space also came out, but most of them stayed in it. That kind of space was a treasure that only terrifying experts could refine. For example, Lu Jingyun's space had the effect of accelerating time. If one cultivated in it, they could save a lot of time. However, to some experts, what they lacked wasn't time, but comprehension. At this time, Xiaolong and the others also spied on what was happening in the boundless starry sky. The 7 demon generals have actually set their sights on the chaos origin. Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, and the others were very surprised. They didn't think of this at all. They only thought that the 7 demon generals were most likely going to kill their way into the divine demon battlefield and fight with everyone. However, all of this was to be expected. After all, it was a huge temptation that could allow the 7 demon generals to recover their strength sooner. Father, do you guys want to interfere? They won't break the formation, right? Besides Xiaolong, little Xingxing turned to look at him and asked worriedly. She also knew the function of the formation. It was used to trap countless experts of the devil race and isolate them in the 18 levels of hell. At the very least, before the experts on their side died, it was very difficult for the devil race to do anything to the 33 heavens. However, seeing the actions of the 7 demon generals now, little Xingxing couldn't help but feel worried. Humph. These 7 demon generals think too highly of themselves. Xiaolong just snorted lightly and rolled his eyes. Bosses' methods are not something that they can hope to achieve. No matter how much effort they put in, it's futile. They're just asking to be humiliated. Moreover, this formation is built on the foundation of the great god Panga's seal. That seal stood the devil ancestor, many demon generals, and countless experts of the devil race. With the strength of the 7 demon generals, even if they were at their peak, what could they do? As Xiaolong spoke, he actually crossed his arms and calmly spied on what was happening outside the divine demon battle realm, a sneer on his face the entire time. Chapter 2945. No one had more confidence in Lu Xiaoyu than Xiaolong. In his heart, his boss's methods couldn't be easily broken by the 7 demon generals. At the very least, the 7 demon generals couldn't do it with their current strength. With this mentality, Xiaolong's face was very relaxed. The power of his primordial spirit was constantly spying on the movements in the boundless starry sky. Since the 7 demon generals put all their attention on the chaos source, it was a good thing for the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, and the others didn't pay too much attention to it. Only a few powerhouses stayed behind to keep an eye on the demon race's movements. Du Xiaofu didn't stay in Lu Jingyun's space for too long and appeared beside everyone. At this time, many powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds who didn't enter the 18 layers of hell also gathered in front of them. Du Xiaofu swept his gaze across and many familiar figures appeared in his line of sight. What surprised Du Xiaofu the most was that he saw his sister Du Xiaojing. Brother! Du Xiaojing wore a long dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She happily came to Du Xiaofu's side. Her eyes were filled with endless longing. It had been thousands of years since Du Xiaofu returned to the divine battle world. Xiaojing, why are you also in the 33 heavens? Du Xiaofu was very happy and asked. He carefully observed his sister's current state and found that she had already broken into the immortal realm and was already a mid-level immortal. Such a change made Du Xiaofu feel incomparably surprised. It was because Xiaojing had broken into the immortal realm that she came to the 33 heavens and entered the Fiend God battle realm. I've been in the Fiend God battle realm for many years. I heard that brother entered the 18 layers of hell with many powerhouses. I've always been worried. Du Xiaojing's eyes were red as she spoke softly. But now that she saw Du Xiaofu standing in front of her, the worry in her heart faded a lot, and there was only a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Not bad, not bad. His strength has increased by so much. Du Xiaofu looked at his sister and rubbed Du Xiaojing's hair with one hand. Then he asked, How are father and the others? After Du Xiaofu returned to the 33 heavens from the Shenwu world, he had been constantly fighting. First, he slaughtered his way into the Qian Su Jinghua heaven and exterminated many beast clans. Then, he led several million experts into the 18 levels of hell. Now that so many years had passed, he didn't know how Shenwu world was doing, nor did he know what level the powerhouses of that world had reached. Shenwu world has many strong cultivators now, and everyone's cultivation speed is extremely fast. The laws there gradually formed. Although they weren't as stable as the 33 heavens, they were still countless times stronger than before. Right now, many immortal realm cultivators have appeared in Shenwu world. It's much stronger than before. Du Xiaojing said to Du Xiaofu. Through her explanation, Du Xiaofu was able to understand more about the earth-shattering changes that happened in Shenwu world. What was surprising, but also reasonable, was that a large number of immortal realm cultivators had appeared in Shenwu world, causing the overall strength of the world to increase at a terrifying rate. Du Xiaofu could imagine that the strongest among them would be his father Du Tingxian, his big brother Jin Qingchen, his second brother Du Yunlong, and so on. Their cultivation should be similar to Du Xiaojing's right now. Such a change made Du Xiaofu even happier. The stronger Shenwu world is, the better it is. Just as Du Xiaofu was feeling a strong sense of joy, a few more people came over, causing his eyebrows to twitch, then his expression turned into one of joy. Fui Bai old man. Qing Qing Xingyu. A group of familiar figures appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. And these figures were all old acquaintances that he hadn't seen for many years. East Immortal, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, Central Divinity, Dongli Qingqing, Dai Xingyu, Qing Wan Xiao Qing. These figures were all old acquaintances that Du Xiaofu met on his way to Shenwu world. After the devil religion's calamity ended, they all left Shenwu world and entered the 33 heavens. But Du Xiaofu had been in the 33 heavens for thousands of years, but he hadn't seen them even once. After so many years of running around, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with endless longing. Who would have thought that after leaving the 18 layers of hell today, he would find everyone gathered here, reuniting once again? Xiaofu boy. Xiaofu Gij. A group of experts quickly gathered around Du Xiaofu and began to chat with him. After so many years, everyone was very happy, chatting enthusiastically, temporarily putting the heavy pressure of the demon race to the back of their minds. Big brother. At this moment, Du Xiaojing pulled on Du Xiaofu's sleeve, indicating for him to look at a few figures walking over. These figures were all young, and there were both men and women. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. At a glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary. Looking at these young men and women, Du Xiaofu was a bit confused. He had never seen these people before. But from the looks of it, they seemed to know him. Before they even arrived, they greeted Xiaojing, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others with smiles on their faces. This made Du Xiaofu even more confused. Rock Emperor, long time no see. The few young men and women walked up to Du Xiaofu and smiled as they spoke. Big brother, perhaps you don't know them. Let me introduce them to you. Beside Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing looked at her brother's strange expression and could not help but smile. Then she said, "These people are from the bright jade heaven's Beigong family. After your battle with the demon god, they went to the divine battle world to help you recover." Following Du Xiaojing's words, the young men and women nodded and smiled. At the same time, they all introduced themselves to Du Xiaofu. I am Beigong Yingruo. I am Beigong Ningxuang. I am Beigong Tianhuan. I am Beigong Zhangqing. At this point, Du Xiaofu finally came to a realization. Only then did he realize that these people were from the Beigong family. Back then, when he fought with the demon god, he gave it his all and almost died. Only his head was left intact. His father, Du Tingxian, was not willing to let him die like this. Holding the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living horse, he placed his only remaining head in the ancestral stone coffin, hoping for a miracle to happen. Afterwards, it was his senior apprentice brother Lu Xiaoyu, who was the ruler of the 3,000 great worlds, who sent 4 young experts from the Beigong family to the divine battle world to treat him. It was because of their help that Du Xiaofu was able to recover so quickly. Du Xiaofu was extremely grateful to these people, but he had not been able to meet them before, so he did not even have the chance to thank them. Now that he met them, how could he have any hesitation? He immediately bowed to the four of them with extreme politeness and deeply expressed his gratitude. Du Xiaofu knew that if it was not for these people, it would have been extremely difficult for him to recover. Even if he could, it would have taken a lot of time. Rock Emperor, there's no need to be so courteous. It was just a small matter, Bei Gongningruo said gracefully and elegantly, showing off her beauty. The remaining three people, Bei Gongningshuang, Bei Gongtianhuan, and Bei Gongzhangqing, all nodded in agreement when they heard Bei Gongningruo's words. However, Du Xiaofu did not think so. No matter what, the four of them had done him a great favor, and he would always remember it. Rock Emperor, we haven't seen each other for many years, and you've already reached such a level. You really make us feel ashamed. On the other hand, Bei Gongningruo did not dwell on the previous matter and directly changed the topic. As she spoke, she smiled bitterly and shook her head, as if she had suffered a great blow. Bei Gongningshuang and the other two were the same. They looked at Du Xiaofu as if they were looking at a monster. Just as Bei Gongningshuang had said, when they entered the divine battle world, their cultivations were far higher than Du Xiaofu's. Even when they were under the terrifying suppression of the divine battle world, they were still able to display great strength. Under such circumstances, they had the right to treat Du Xiaofu, something that others did not have. Now, thousands of years had passed, and as the most outstanding youths of the Beigong family, they had already reached the immortal realm and were very powerful. However, when compared to Du Xiaofu, these young geniuses instantly paled in comparison. They were nothing at all. It's not just the Rock Emperor. Many people in the divine battle world have already left us far behind. Beigong Tianhuan smiled bitterly as he glanced at little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, and the others as he spoke. The current Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were much stronger than the four of them. Du Xiaojing had not broken through for long, but he was about to overtake them. This was a great blow to the Beigong family's youths. You could have competed with anyone else, but you chose to compete with this group of abnormal people. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Unknowingly, Long San had appeared beside everyone and said with a light smile, with a hint of mockery in his voice. He was used to being beaten down. When he first met Du Xiaofu, he was just a little kid at the Seizing God realm. In front of him, he was at the peak of the ninth sky of Immortal Realm. He was like a god. However, after so many years, this kid's strength could be compared to the third realm of Meditative Realm. He was still at the same place and couldn't find a chance to break through. Compared to Du Xiaofu, there was a fundamental change. If Du Xiaofu wanted to, he could crush a group of peak ninth sky of Immortal Realm experts with just one finger. However, Long San was used to this change, so he didn't care about it. Otherwise, he would be depressed just thinking about it. That was why he understood the four youths of the Beigong family. At the same time, he also had a mocking thought. Yeah, we can't compare with this family. Ling Feng came quickly, nodding his head like a chicken pecking rice. Du Xiaofu rubbed his nose, forcing a smile. He didn't say anything. Little star, look who's here! However, at this moment, Long Falt's cheerful voice arose, coming from afar. Long Su was standing next to him. At the same time, there were three women. These three women were incomparably beautiful. They directly flew out and flew in the direction of Little Star. One of the women looked anxious, her eyes red as she dashed in front of everybody. Mother! Little Star was shaken as she blurted out. Through the connection in her bloodline, it wasn't hard for her to recognize that the woman in the lead was her mother. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao knew that Little Star's mother was from the Vermilion Bird clan. Her name was Zhu Chenxi. Daughter! Zhu Chenxi instantly rushed to little Xingxing's side and pulled her into her embrace. Tears rolled down from her eyes. Our family is finally reunited! At this time, the dragon god also walked over and hugged Little Star and Zhu Chenxi. Beside the three of them, Long Kei, Long Su and the other two women also stood beside Little Star and the other two with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with gratification. "Little star, come here. Let me introduce you. This is your mother, Jingqin, and this is your mother, Hui." Immediately after, Xiaolong pulled little Xingxing and introduced the other two girls beside Long Kei and Long Su. "Little star, you've grown so big. You're as beautiful as your mother." The two women called Jingqin and Hui walked forward gently. Looking at little star, they reached out to stroke her hair and said with a smile. Through his father's introduction, little star also understood that these two women were the mothers of his brothers, Long Kei and Long Su. Little star greets Mother Jingqin and Mother Hui. Little star bowed politely and said to the two of them. This action caused Jingqin and Su Yi's smiles to become even wider. The way they looked at little star became even more amiable. "After so many years, our family is finally reunited." Shu Chenxi's eyes were still a little red as she said softly. Many years ago, when the devil god barged into the divine martial world, Little Dragon and his eldest brother, Lu Xiaoyu, chased after him together. Then, with the help of the Du family's ancestor, who had the body of the heavenly Tao, they suppressed the devil god. However, due to the extremely terrifying suppressive force in the divine martial world and the devil god's immortal body, it was impossible to completely eliminate him. In order to give the beings of the divine martial world more power to deal with the devil religion when it made a comeback, Little Dragon left his own daughter in that world to help Du Xiaofu deal with the devil religion. However, the result of this was that Little Star was finally reunited with his family thousands of years after he was born. During this period of time, Shu Chenxi was angry with Little Dragon more than once, wanting him to take her daughter back. It was obvious how much she missed little Xingxing. "Now that I've seen my daughter, let's have a good family gathering and talk," Little Dragon said to Shu Chenxi with a light smile. "And?" Shu Chenxi nodded and replied softly. After that, Little Star and her family greeted Du Xiaofu and the others, and under Little Dragon's lead, they entered an independent space to spend time with each other. Seeing this scene, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Lu Jingyun, Dongli Qingqing, Dai Xingyu, and the others were all very happy. They talked for a long time again, telling each other about their experiences in these years of separation. However, other than Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Star, the others were much calmer. Du Xiaojing had been cultivating in the divine martial world, and Dongli Qingqing had followed the Skywood divine tree ancestor to the 3,000 boundless worlds. Because she had the Beigong family's talent, Dongli Qingqing had obtained unimaginable benefits there, and was now an immortal realm expert. As for Dai Xingyu and Qinghuan Shaoqing, they had been following East Deity, receiving training. As for Fuibai, Crazy Ol, and the others, they had been very calm. From their conversation, they were reminiscing about the years in the divine martial world, the days when they fought against the devil religion. It was an intense battle that was hard to experience in the 33 heavens. So the divine martial world has become so powerful. If I have time, I will definitely go back and take a look. Crazy Ol raised his head slightly, looking at the sky, and said with longing. After listening to Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, and the others, East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, and Central Divinity knew that the divine martial world had undergone a terrifying change. It was even more terrifying than any of the 33 heavens. The living beings there cultivated very quickly, and a large number of experts had appeared. It was not the same as before. If another demon god appeared, there would be no need for experts like Lu Xiaoyu and the dragon god to act. Just the people of the desolate country would be enough to easily suppress it. That is the Daluo heaven, another world that was created by a demon god. Du Xiaofu did not hide the origin of the divine martial world. He told everyone about the Daluo heaven and heavenly Lord Daluo, leaving Fuibai and the others speechless. They had felt that the divine martial world was not simple since a long time ago. There was something strange about it, but they did not know what was strange about it. It was only today that they realized that it was the embryonic form of a large world. But because of the ancient demon war, Heavenly Lord Daluo gave up on that world and gathered all his power to suppress the demon ancestor's body. It was because of this that the entire Shenwu world had always been under such a terrifying suppression. Even the master of the 3,000 worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, and the dragon god, had their cultivation restricted when they entered. But now, everything had changed. That world was undergoing a nirvana rebirth and regaining its original power. As Du Xiaofu's strength continued to increase, the divine martial world also became stronger and more prosperous. It was only a matter of time before it became even stronger. I have to go back and take a look. Once the demon race is dealt with, I plan to retire there. Fu Bai sighed softly as he spoke. That's a good idea. On the side, East Deity, who was dressed in palace attire, said. But when Fu Bai heard this, he immediately shrunk his neck. Chapter 2946. Seeing Fu Bai's expression, Du Xiaofu felt like laughing. Back in the divine martial world, Fu Bai was extremely fearful of Eastern deity, and she was constantly chasing after him. Fu Bai could only run all over the place to avoid her. Du Xiaofu also did not expect that after thousands of years, the two of them still had not achieved anything. But combining the past and the current situation, it could be concluded that Fu Bai would never be able to escape from Eastern deity's demonic clutches. Thinking up to here, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others couldn't help but laugh. They wanted to grin, but in front of the two of them, they could only restrain themselves. Big brother, you and sister-in-law Qingqing have not seen each other for many years. You must have a lot to talk about. Why don't we find a place to catch up? At this time, Du Xiaojing blinked her beautiful eyes. She first looked at Du Xiaofu, then glanced at Dongli Qingqing and said, Hee hee. Little girl Xiaojing is sensible. Well said. Let's go first and not disturb your big brother and sister-in-law's mood. Du Xiaoyao took over the conversation. A meaningful smile hung on the corner of her mouth as she said playfully. These words caused Dongli Qingqing's pretty face to turn red. She lowered her head slightly and didn't dare to answer. You two, that's enough. You even dared to tease your big brother and sister-in-law. Are you looking for a beating? Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes and glared fiercely at Du Xiaojing and Du Xiaoyao. Then, he pulled Dongli Qingqing's hand, held his head high, and left with her. Watching the two of them leave, the surrounding experts all revealed deep smiles. Immediately after, millions of experts gathered in the celestial demon battlefield. They divided themselves into different groups and began to converse with each other. Among them, those who were injured in the 18 layers of hell went into secluded cultivation to recover. Under the instructions of the meditative forgetfulness experts, there were also people who were constantly paying attention to the situation outside the divine demon battlefield. They were paying attention to the movements of the 7 demon generals and the entire demon race. At this time, Du Xiaofu had found a remote place in the divine demon battlefield with Dongli Qingqing. Then, he used his own methods and the power of the 4 primordial laws to slightly modify the surroundings. This place of death became no different from the outside, forming an independent space that was like a real world. After not seeing each other for thousands of years, Du Xiaofu also missed Dongli Qingqing. He wanted to be alone with her and spend some quiet time together. With Du Xiaofu's current strength, it wasn't too difficult for him to isolate himself from the outside world. Only existences like Xiaolong, Di Batian, and Yanghua could spy on him as much as they wanted. However, Du Xiaofu knew that experts like them wouldn't do something so boring. When I was in the 3,000 boundless worlds, I heard a lot about you. In the independent space, Dongli Qingqing stood in front of Du Xiaofu. She looked at the purple-robed young man in front of her with a pair of watery eyes filled with endless affection. She softly said, All these years, you roamed the 33 heavens by yourself, but I wasn't able to be by your side. As she spoke, the rims of her eyes reddened. Clearly, she knew about Du Xiaofu's many experiences over the years. She could not help but feel sorry for him. Silly girl, I'm your man. What is this? Du Xiaofu smiled and reached out to pull Dongli Qingqing into his arms. But in his heart, Du Xiaofu was filled with endless joy. As a man, he naturally wanted to receive endless care from his woman. In the past, during the terrifying battles, there were times when he wished that Yang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, Sima Muhan, and the others could be by his side. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that he could not ensure the safety of his women. Rather than putting his true love in danger, it was better for him to endure more hardships alone and roam the world alone. Now that he heard Dongli Qingqing's tender words, Du Xiaofu felt that all his efforts were worth it. The stronger he was, the more he could protect the people he wanted to protect. Over the past thousands of years, whether it was in Shenwu world or the 33 heavens, wasn't it all to seek greater breakthroughs and reach a higher realm so that he could reunite with his loved ones? As long as the people he cared about also cared about him, so what if he had to endure more hardships? At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with tenderness because of Dongli Qingqing's words. He held her waist with one hand and her back with the other, as if he wanted to squeeze the woman next to him into his body. This time, I can finally fight side by side with you. Dongli Qingqing rested her chin on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said softly. A warm and fragrant breath drifted out from between her vermilion lips and gushed towards Du Xiaofu's neck. He sniffed fiercely, smelling the unique fragrance of the woman's hair in his arms. He only felt his mind clear and relaxed, and all the pressure of the past disappeared in an instant. Okay, let's fight side by side. Du Xiaofu nodded and continued. But as long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you unless I... Thinking of the horror of the demon race, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but secretly swear that he will protect his loved ones. Even if the world was turned upside down, and all living beings in the world perished, he would protect his loved ones until the very last moment of his life. However, before he could finish, Dongli Qingqing interrupted him. No! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Dongli Qingqing's delicate body trembled, and she struggled out of his embrace. She raised a delicate hand and pressed it against his lips, not allowing him to continue. Her clear eyes were like water ripples, full of tenderness. She carefully looked at the man in front of her, as if she was looking at her most beloved thing. Qingqing! Du Xiaofu called out softly, wanting to say something. But in the next moment, two soft things blocked his lips, making him unable to say anything. Du Xiaofu's body trembled slightly. He felt a sweet taste in his mouth, like the smell of spring grass, making him feel comfortable. He suddenly felt like he was wrapped in a gentle breeze and began to carefully taste this unique sweetness. In an independent space, the two hugged each other, their lips touching, each savoring the charm of the other. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, a warm thing broke Du Xiaofu's lips and quietly slid into his mouth. Like a playful little snake, it hooked his tongue. Du Xiaofu's body suddenly became restless and began to respond passionately. That pair of firm and powerful palms also began to move, gently caressing the exquisite and delicate body. Moving along the moving arc gradually, his hands climbed to a certain peak. The soft touch from his palms was too wonderful for words. Oh! Dongli Qingqing's mouth let out a light gasp, but she did not make any resistance. Instead, she pressed her hands on Du Xiaofu's back and hugged him even tighter. Du Xiaofu could feel that Dongli Qingqing's body was a little hot, and her face was flushed red, as if she had drunk wine. In the following time, the situation between the two became more and more intense. Du Xiaofu's powerful palms kept moving, sometimes up, sometimes down, attacking the city. Wherever it passed, it caused a slight tremor. At the same time, Dongli Qingqing was also responding passionately, allowing the man in front of her to do whatever he wanted. With the passage of time, the threads slowly faded away, revealing an even more moving scene. In this independent space, it was as if spring had just arrived, tender and beautiful. Under Du Xiaofu's arrangement, everything here was under his control. The surroundings were surrounded by green mountains, green water flowing, jade flowers blooming, and green grass covering the ground. Under the pleasant spring scenery, a jade body was half hidden in the grass, quietly lying there. Dongli Qingqing opened her eyes and looked up. Between her vermilion lips, a delicate fragrance was exhaled. She raised an arm, stretched out 5 fingers that were as white as scallion roots, and gently stroked her hair. Her neck had unknowingly turned crimson, and where the two mountains were, it also appeared to be sparkling and translucent. Two pink jade pearls stood upright, attracting people's yearning. Ching-ching! Du Xiaofu was already at daggers drawn. How could he endure it? He gently stroked the jade feet beside his feet, climbed up, and then separated them. The most profound and mysterious place was revealed in front of him. Under the cover of a tuft of green velvet, it released an alluring aura. Du Xiaofu only felt a burst of dryness in his mouth and tongue. He did not want to waste any more time, so he directly raised his spear and jumped on the horse, launching an attack. Accompanied by a carefree cry from the two at the same time, the battle immediately began. The last time he left Xingwu was stunned. Many years had passed, and now Du Xiaofu was like a hungry wolf, his eyes emitting red light. Now that the battle had begun, it was time for them to clash and go on a wanton expedition. As the battle became more and more intense, a stormy sea appeared on the jade body below, undulating and swaying. The weapons were clashing, the battle song was playing, and hot sweat was pouring down. Where the weapons clashed, water gurgled, like a river, like a vast ocean, flowing slowly. Du Xiaofu entered and exited hundreds of times, but did not show any signs of fatigue. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became, and his spirit was high. He raised his sharp sword forcefully, and his attack was peerless. However, under such circumstances, Dongli Qingqing could not help but tighten her defense, causing Du Xiaofu's intention to advance and retreat to greatly increase the resistance. The two of them did not give in just like that. They both displayed all their strength, clashing with each other, and the flames of war filled the sky. However, he could hear the sounds of intense collisions, like a high-spirited tune, moving the hearts of everyone. Such a battle was really back and forth, full of color and brilliance. After an unknown period of time, the battle finally reached its most intense point. Immediately, one could hear waves of uncontrollable roars from the two of them at the same time. The two of them, who were in the midst of an intense battle, tightened their bodies. Then, in a sudden violent tremor, Du Xiaofu finally moved his sword fiercely, stirring up waves of scorching sword light, brazenly killing into the deep place. At the same time, a violent wave surged, and Du Xiaofu's long spear was drowned in it. A warm feeling wrapped around the two of them, making them feel incomparably comfortable. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying battle suddenly came to an end, and a rare peace appeared on the battlefield. Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, after experiencing the most beautiful battle in the world, were both panting. They gave each other their warmest things, and obtained endless satisfaction. "It still hurts a little." Dongli Qingqing hugged Du Xiaofu's body tightly, and said softly. Although it was not the first time she had been with Du Xiaofu, she still felt some pain at this time. Previously, because she was too engrossed, she did not feel this way, but now that everything had calmed down, the pain suddenly surged. "Then I'll be gentler next time." Du Xiaofu giggled as she spoke, as such. Back then, when he was still weak, because of an accident, he had experienced his first time with Dongli Qingqing and Su Muxin. But that time, no one had tasted what they should have, and only passed it in a muddle-headed state. Now, after thousands of years, he really had a good taste. Obviously, Dongli Qingqing's feeling was even deeper. She blushed, and her eyes opened and closed, revealing extreme love for the man beside her. After the battle, the two of them hugged each other, and talked to each other, not caring about the gradual passage of time. "If only I could give birth to a child for you this time!" Suddenly, Dongli Qingqing stroked her lower abdomen and muttered. She was a little envious of Ouyang Shuang, who had given birth to a little Qilin, but Dongli Qingqing also knew that it was an accident. After so many years, after her first intimate contact with Du Xiaofu, as her understanding with him deepened day by day, Dongli Qingqing naturally wanted to bear fruit with him. Even if Du Xiaofu had to continue fighting in the outside world in the future, at the very least she could be a little wife, stay at home and teach her children, and give her a spiritual sustenance. He. However, after hearing Dongli Qingqing's words, Du Xiaofu suddenly laughed, and a wretched look appeared in his eyes. He licked his lips. He had just eaten, but at this moment, he was like a hungry wolf, with an ominous glint in his eyes. Before Dongli Qingqing could react, she blinked and asked, "What are you laughing at? Isn't it easy to give birth to a child? I'll work harder," Du Xiaofu said, and the strange smile on his face made Dongli Qingqing feel as if she could hear the sound of evil water flowing in his stomach. "Pay! Wishful thinking!" She couldn't help but spit, and her face became redder again. However, just as Dongli Qingqing finished her sentence, Du Xiaofu immediately moved closer, and was about to start the battle again. "What are you doing?" Dongli Qingqing was a little flustered, and looked like she was at a loss. "Didn't you want to give birth to a child for me? As a father, if I don't put in more effort, how would he be willing to appear so easily?" As Du Xiaofu spoke, he pressed Dongli Qingqing onto the grass again, and said, "If that's the case, then I can only work harder. Only by sowing more can I reap more. I've just finished, and you, woo, woo, woo." Dongli Qingqing used all her strength to push Du Xiaofu away. She wanted to push the shameless guy away, but very quickly, her lips were blocked. Under Du Xiaofu's fierce attacks, Dongli Qingqing once again fell into the trap, and she endured the endless attacks of sword light and saber light. In this independent space, a new round of battle began, and it was fierce and spectacular. At the same time, in the 18 layers of hell, countless demon experts moved. Under the lead of the two great demon attendants, Dongli Qiwang and Qinyan, a large number of meditative, immortal, truth-severing, and seasoned gods experts of the demon race gathered together, and moved out of the 18 layers of hell together. These people had been summoned long ago, and they only wanted to follow the footsteps of the dragon god and the others, and kill their way into the 33 heavens. Even if they didn't start the final battle for the time being, they would at least block the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 greater worlds outside the 18 layers of hell, and not let them take a step forward. They would wait for the demon ancestor to recover to his peak, and then they would carry out the final slaughter. In terms of speed, the countless demon experts couldn't compare to Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Yanghua, and the 7 great demon generals. Furthermore, as they passed through each layer of hell, they had to rely on the meditative realm experts to protect the deity-seizing realm, truth-severing realm, and immortal realm experts. As a result, their speed was greatly reduced. Of course, since they were moving at full speed and had no obstacles along the way, Dongli Qiwang and the others weren't slow at all. They quickly passed through the barriers of each layer of hell, and by now, they had already broken through the 8th layer of hell and arrived at the 7th. After a while, they would definitely meet up with the 7 great demon generals again. Most importantly, after the demon ancestor opened the 18 layers of hell, 2 more demon generals walked out. The 2 of them had already taken a step forward, and by now, they should be almost out of the demon world. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky outside the 18 layers of hell, the 7 great demon generals had already launched many attacks together, but they couldn't break through Lu Xiaoyou's modified array. The 7 experts were very unwilling to give up, and they didn't want to give up just like that. As for the Chaos Origin, they had already listed it as a must-have item. They had to get it in their hands to recover their strength. For this, the 7 great demon generals racked their brains, but it was still very difficult to find the weakness of this array. "We can't go on like this. The 7 of us can't break this array by force. Lu Xiaoyou's means are really terrifying," the blood god demon general said in a deep voice with gloomy eyes. "It's because our strength has been greatly reduced. Otherwise, this array wouldn't be a problem for us," the Ming Luo demon general said with a hint of viciousness. They had spent a lot of time here, but the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors didn't come out to stop them. It seemed that they were very confident in Lu Xiaoyu and this array. It was also because of this that the 7 great demon generals felt more and more jealous. That Lu Xiaoyu was merely a post-celestial life form, yet he was actually able to stop the 7 of them. This was something that was truly hard to accept. Chapter 2947. In fact, the 7 demon generals were helpless. After countless years of being sealed, they were no longer at their peak. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyu's formation was built on the foundation of Panga's seal. It was extremely terrifying and could not be easily broken. However, if the 7 demon generals were at their peak, they might have a chance to break through all this and obtain the chaos source. But then again, if the demon generals' strength had not been greatly reduced, why would they covet the chaos source so much? What was the use of obtaining it? Our people are here. This time, we can try again. At this moment, the red flame demon general turned his head and looked in the direction of the entrance of the 18 levels of hell. At the black hole in the starry sky, there was a mighty force flowing and billowing demon chi surging out. It was as if 2 peerless evil lords were about to rush out from it. And this kind of aura was all too familiar to the 7 demon generals present. Swoosh swoosh. Soon, not long after the red flame demon general's words, 2 figures rushed out from the black hole and quickly landed in front of the 7 demon generals. These 2 people, like the 7 demon generals present, had the extreme characteristics of the demon clan and exuded a ferocious aura. The first person was dressed in a black robe that covered his entire body, but it was not difficult to sense his terrifying cultivation. The second person was surrounded by wisps of dark green energy, which transformed into ghostly claws that danced in the air. These 2 people were the other 2 demon generals of the demon clan. They were called the Fleeing Shadow Demon General and the Shrouding Demon General. In this way, in addition to the Blood God Demon General, Ming Luo Demon General, Desolation Demon General, Red Flame Demon General, Fierce Locust Demon General, Serene Demon General, and the 7th Demon General that appeared in the 18 levels of hell, Luan Su Demon General, there were a total of 9 demon generals. With the 9 of us gathered here, we should be able to break through Lu Xiaoyu's formation, the Fierce Locust Demon General said in a deep voice. Hope was ignited in his heart. He felt that with the combined strength of all 9 demon generals, there was a considerable chance of obtaining the chaos source. Let's give it a try first. If it still doesn't work, then we'll kill our way into the 33 heavens. What was the use of Lu Xiaoyu laying down such a trap? Weren't the people from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds unable to leave this formation? As long as we can get rid of the tens of millions of people there, Lu Xiaoyu will be left alone in the end. Demon General Duo Yu said sinisterly. At the same time, he turned his gaze in the direction of the Fiend God battlefield. With his cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to find out the general situation there. He knew that nearly 10 million powerhouses from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were gathered there. In addition, the array that Lu Xiaoyu had set up had some special characteristics. One could only enter, but not leave. The powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds in the Fiend God battle boundary had also stepped into a dead end, unable to leave. As long as the 9 great demon generals led a large number of demon clansmen to charge in and kill, those people would definitely die. For Lu Xiaoyu, he probably wouldn't want to see such an outcome. Let's do it. Find the weak point of this formation, Demon General Hun Mian, who had just arrived, said. Then, the 9 great demon generals didn't delay any longer. All of them moved with all their strength, ready to launch a new round of attacks. These 9 people were all extremely powerful existences from ancient times, second only to Pangu, the demon ancestor, Heavenly Lord Daluo, and a few others. If their strength was at the peak, in the current world, they would be able to sweep through the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds without any effort. There was no need for the demon ancestor to do anything. It was enough to crush everything, wipe out billions of lives, and turn the world into a demon's domain. Rumble! In this vast and boundless starry sky, a terrifying explosion rang out. As the terrifying energy leaked out, it turned into a world-destroying storm that swept in all directions. The 9 demon generals joined forces and tried their best to find the weak point of the invisible formation. Under the powerful bombardment, the entire starry sky seemed to be stirred. Huge stars swayed unsteadily, as if they wanted to break away from their original trajectories. At the same time, the invisible formation was greatly affected. The net of light that enveloped everything swayed wildly as if it was about to collapse. Under the full strength of the 9 demon generals, the scene was so terrifying that it shocked everyone. Many experts in the Divine Devil battlefield also noticed this situation, and many of them began to panic. The formation set up by the lords of the 3,000 boundless worlds won't be broken by these 9 demon generals, right? Someone was constantly observing the movements of the demon clan. When he saw 2 more demon generals appear and attack together with the previous 7, he couldn't help but feel uncertain. They were very confident in the lords of the 3,000 boundless worlds, but there were too many demon generals. There were a total of 9 of them, and together, they were a terrifying force. It shouldn't be broken so easily. The means of the lords of the 3,000 boundless worlds are not something we can predict. Next to him, an expert from the 33 heavens said. Although he was very worried, out of his trust in the lords of the 3,000 boundless worlds, he would rather believe that the 9 demon generals would not be able to break his means. That's right. The dragon god has already said that the strength of those demon generals has been greatly reduced, and they are far from their peak. They can't do it. Besides, if the situation is really critical, the dragon god and the others will definitely take action and interfere with the 9 demon generals. They will definitely not watch them break the formation. Soon, another expert pondered for a moment, and said such a sentence. When the others heard this, they instantly felt that they were overthinking. Just as this expert said, even if the 9 demon generals really had the ability to break the formation set up by the lords of the 3,000 boundless worlds, the dragon god and the others would not sit by and do nothing. As long as the half-step Tao realm experts took action, they would be able to cut off the demon clan's intentions. Everyone knew that this great array had isolated the demon race's 18 layers of hell from the 33 heavens, forming an independent place. The purpose of this was to prevent the 33 heavens from suffering an unimaginable loss of life and suffering unimaginable damage. Therefore, no matter what, they absolutely could not watch this formation break. After such a short discussion, everyone gradually felt more at ease. However, the huge movement in the starry sky attracted more and more experts to watch through the gates of hell in the Fiend God battlefield. As time continued to pass, everyone became more certain that the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyou's methods were really terrifying. The 9 demon generals exhausted the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, but they were still unable to shake this terrifying formation. In the fierce fluctuations, although the stars were trembling fiercely, they were still firmly moving in their existing trajectories, and under the attacks of the 9 demon generals, terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. The dense net of light in the surroundings seemed to be blown by a hurricane, swaying unsteadily, but it also did not really collapse. No matter what the 9 demon generals did, they could not really break all of this. Damn Lu Xiaoyu, his methods are so strange! In the end, the 9 demon generals could not help but begin to curse in indignation. But they could not do anything about it. The huge mass of primal chaos source stood in the distance, emitting a tempting light that attracted them. However, this invisible barrier made it difficult for the 9 demon generals to take a step closer, let alone take it in their hands and use it to restore their strength. Different from the 9 demon generals, many experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds revealed joyful and knowing smiles at this time. Countless people were watching the movements outside, and seeing that the 9 demon generals were helpless, how could they not be happy? So what if it's the 9 demon generals, now as not the ancient times? Their strength has been greatly reduced, how can they be compared with the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds? That's right! To think that they are so overconfident, wanting to break the formation set up by the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds and obtain the mass of primal chaos source. How could something left behind by the great god Pangu be stolen so easily? 9 demon generals, look at their sickly looks, I think it's better to call them the 9 great insect generals. Haha, you're right, the 9 great insect generals. If the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds himself came back, these 9 useless chickens and pottery dogs, I'm afraid they would be slapped down. How could they be allowed to jump up and down like this? For a moment, the many experts in the divinity and devil battle territory burst into laughter. They knew in their hearts that with the strength of the 9 demon generals, if they wanted to spy on these words, it would be very easy. Moreover, such harsh mockery would definitely infuriate those 9 people. But in their hearts, they were fearless. They had been immersed in the terrifying shadow of the demon race for so many years. Now that they finally had a place to vent, naturally they would vent well. The worst result would be that the war between the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds and the demon race would break out in advance. At this time, many people were already rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. They wanted to fight fiercely with the demon race, so how could they be afraid to retreat? Restrain yourselves! If the 9 demon generals are angered at this time and the final battle breaks out, it will be disadvantageous to us. An expert spoke up, indicating for the surrounding people to lower their voices so that the 9 demon generals wouldn't hear them. But as he spoke, the corners of his mouth were curled up as if he was watching a joke, as if he had no intention of restraining himself at all. But hearing such words, everyone looked at each other and smiled, knowing that what he said was very reasonable. After all, if they really fought with the demon race now, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds would definitely be at a disadvantage. Rather than make a meaningless sacrifice, it was better to wait and see. As long as the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, returned early, he would be able to lead many experts to sweep through the 18 layers of hell. But the premise was that before that, the demon ancestor would not recover first. Many experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds gathered in the Fiend God battlefield, but in the following time, they only maintained a sneer and did not mock the 9 demon generals. Not long after, the dragon god, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong, the 5 half-step carrier of Dao realm experts, appeared again and watched with the others. Du Xiaofu brought Dong Li Qingqing to the front of the crowd. So there are 2 demon generals in the 18th layer of hell. If we clash with the demon race now, it won't be easy for us to deal with them. Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave as he projected the power of his Yuan spirit, spying on the evading Shadow Demon General and the Hun Demon General in the boundless starry sky. Back when they were fighting the demon race in the 16th layer of hell, Jiangchen had just opened the door to the 18th layer. Not long after that, they began to retreat. Now that they had left the 18 layers of hell and returned to the Fiend God battlefield, the 2 demon generals followed them out and joined the other 7. This was a terrifying force. If it were just the dragon god, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. So long as a single demon general wasn't restrained, the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors would face an unimaginably terrifying end. Therefore, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a heavy weight on his heart. Let's deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Let's see what the demon race wants to do. If they want to fight, we naturally can't retreat in the slightest. At the side, Xiaolong took over Du Xiaofu's words and said. Everyone hoped that the time could be dragged on for a while, waiting for Lu Xiaoyu to return. At that time, it would be the best time to fight the demon race. But at the same time, there was a huge risk involved. If the demon ancestor appeared before Lu Xiaoyu, it would be a disaster for the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors. No one wanted to see that happen. The other demon race members have also appeared. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 9 demon generals continuously used their powerful techniques to bombard the terrifying formation in the starry sky. As time continued to pass, many people felt a terrifying commotion coming from the 18 levels of hell. If one observed carefully, one would notice that it was the countless experts of the devil race that were led by the 2 great devil attendants, the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix and Qinyan. Moreover, when the meditative realm and eternal realm experts were added together, their numbers actually reached an enormous amount of 70,000 to 80,000. Such a terrifying army was advancing rapidly through the 18 levels of hell, quickly approaching the first level of hell. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before those people could truly descend. Make all the preparations. As long as the demon race makes a move, we'll have to fight at any time, Debatian said in a deep voice with a strong sense of solemnity. Hearing his words, many experts in the divinity and infernal battle territory began to tense up. Everyone realized that perhaps a great battle was about to break out. At that time, they wouldn't be able to advance as easily as they had when they entered the 18 levels of hell. Once the demon race decided to go to war, it would be a terrifying battle and slaughter. No living beings would be able to stay out of it. No one said a word, and the Divine Devil battle mirror fell into an extreme silence. Many experts from the 3,000 great worlds and the 33 heavens were on high alert as they paid close attention to the situation outside. They were only waiting for the 2 demon attendants to lead the countless demon race members out. Under such circumstances, time passed day by day, but to everyone, it was as if it had happened in the blink of an eye. On this day, a terrifying rumble finally resounded, and the boundless starry sky suddenly shook. Dense pitch-black demon chi surged out from the entrance of the first level of hell. It was mixed with a bloody and ruthless aura, revealing the power of blood and slaughter, causing everyone's eyes to move. After that, an expanse of boundlessly vast dark clouds pressed down, and numerous experts of the demon race were within the dark clouds. Their auras were intertwined together, and the imposing aura they formed was sufficient to shake the heavens and the earth. Even Du Xiaofu felt his soul core tremble when he looked at it with his cultivation. Stand guard at the entrance of the gates of hell. So long as the demon race shows any signs of attacking, then we'll charge out at the first possible moment. Du Xiaofu let out a light sigh of relief, and then he spoke. The others in the surroundings nodded silently to display their understanding. Meanwhile, Dongli Qiwang and Qinyan had separated themselves from the group of devil experts at the front, and they directly went over to the side of the 9 devil generals. After a simple explanation, the 2 demon attendants understood why the 9 demon generals hadn't attacked the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds and had stayed in the starry sky instead. It turned out that the chaos quintessence left behind by Pangu was actually here. The 9 demon generals were unable to obtain the chaos quintessence even after attacking at the same time. Looks like we're unable to break through Lu Xiao's formation. Dongli Qiwang thought for a moment, and came to such a conclusion. Actually, he wanted to obtain the chaos quintessence as well. Just like the 9 demon generals, the 2 demon attendants hadn't recovered their strength, and they were far from being at their peak. If they were able to refine and absorb the chaos quintessence left behind by Pangu, then they would definitely be able to recover their strength swiftly. But obviously, after a long period of hard work by the 9 demon generals, all of this didn't seem to be so wonderful, and continuing to attack would only be in vain. Since it's like that, then let's just go to war with the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds. With the 9 of us here, it doesn't affect the outcome whether we recover our strength or not. That Lu Xiaoyu still hasn't made an appearance, so he's definitely encountered something. If we're able to crush the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds before he returns, then let's see how he cries then. A wisp of a vicious smile appeared on the corners of Qingyan's mouth as he spoke to the 10 demon attendants in the surroundings. Hadn't Lu Xiaoyu been constantly making arrangements and going against the demon race all these years for the sake of protecting the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds? But now, the demon race occupied an absolute advantage. If they were able to deal with the members of those 2 large worlds before he returned and cause all of Lu Xiaoyu's hard work to come to naught, then Lu Xiaoyu's expression would definitely be extremely brilliant when he saw that. Chapter 2948. When they thought up to here, Dongli Qiwang, Qinyan, and the 9 demon generals revealed gloomy smiles. Almost all the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds are gathered here. Let's kill them all here and save us a lot of effort. The desolate fiend demon general swung the giant axe in his hand, and the power of the great Tao shot out, causing terrifying ripples to appear in the surrounding space. He glanced in the direction of the divine demon battlefield, and his body exuded a bloodthirsty aura. After dealing with these creatures, when the demon ancestor returns to deal with Lu Xiaoyu in the future, that ball of primal chaos source will belong to us. The blood god demon general's body was flowing with blood, and he looked very terrifying. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth, making him look even more terrifying. After dealing with the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, conquering those 2 worlds in the future would be a smooth journey, and they would not encounter any effective resistance. At that time, as long as the demon ancestor dealt with Lu Xiaoyu, everything would be under their control. Although the formation in the starry sky was terrifying, it would not be of much use in the hands of the demon ancestor at his peak. As long as the demon ancestor took action and destroyed it, that ball of primal chaos source would definitely belong to the 9 demon generals and the others. At such a critical moment, Lu Xiaoyu actually disappeared. Keek. Among the demon generals, Luan Su's body was erratic, and he looked very ethereal, as if he was in another space and time, unfathomable. He said coldly, "Since that's the case, we have to take advantage of this opportunity and turn the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds into empty shells before he returns." Keek. Hearing Luan Su's words, the other 8 demon generals and 2 demon attendants sneered at the same time. If Lu Xiaoyu had appeared earlier, the demon race would have had the biggest headache. Originally, the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had already killed their way to the 16th layer of hell. Once Lu Xiaoyu joined them, it was likely that he would directly rush to the 18th layer of hell and interfere with Lord Devil Ancestor's recovery. However, Dongli Qiwang and Qingyan had never imagined that the experts of those 2 large worlds would actually retreat for no rhyme or reason, and they'd even walked all the way back here. For the demon race, without Lu Xiaoyu taking action, this was a rare opportunity to quickly exterminate the people of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds. At the same time, Lord Demon Ancestor could recover his strength to his heart's content without any interference from the outside world. To the demon race, this was the most desirable thing. What are you waiting for? Gather everyone and start the slaughter. Demon General Duo Yu snorted, his entire body emitting a cold light as he spoke. My axe is ready to reap lives and drink blood. The desolate fiend demon general weighed the blood fiend axe in his hand as a strong murderous aura emanated from his body. How could the 9 demon generals delay any longer? In an instant, they all headed in the direction of the fiend god battle domain. Layers of terrifying demonic chi surged from the bodies of the 9 of them. It was like turbid waves that surged into the sky with great momentum. At the same time, Dongli Qiwang and Qingyan, the 2 demon attendants, moved as well. The 2 of them quickly went to the place where the demon race's army was gathered and issued a new order. In just an instant, countless members of the demon race began to move. The huge black cloud formed by endless demon chi began to rapidly advance towards the fiend god battle domain. The 9 demon generals, 2 demon generals, and countless members of the demon race no longer paid attention to the terrifying formation in the surrounding starry sky, nor did they think about seizing the chaos source left behind by great god Pangu. Everyone's goal was very similar, and that was to kill their way into the fiend god battle domain and crush the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. The demon race is finally going to make a move. In the fiend god battle domain, the expressions of the experts weren't too good. Although they were well prepared, the bitter battle that they were about to face was absolutely unimaginable. What's there to be afraid of? If they want to fight, then let's fight. At most, we'll die. If the demon race wants to invade our 33 heavens, they'll have to step over our corpses first. Let's fight. There's no coward in our 3,000 boundless worlds. Even if we die, we'll let the demon race have a good taste. Demon race, come. Today, we'll fight to the death. If the people of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds take a step back, they're all cowards. Many powerhouses of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds roared out loud. Their fighting spirit soared to the skies, soaring to the skies. Since many years ago, everyone had already known that the demon race was about to make a comeback. Moreover, at that time, it had caused endless panic in the 33 heavens, causing many living beings to be in a constant state of panic. There were many legends passed down from ancient times, causing fear in people's hearts. The strength and terror of the demon race was like a dark cloud hanging over the heads of all the people of the 33 heavens, making it difficult for them to escape. However, as time passed, everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. The lords of the 3,000 great worlds, Du Xiaofu, and the others continued to work hard for the demon race, causing many living beings to gradually settle down. By now, the experts had already made sufficient mental preparations. Since the battle with the demon race was unavoidable, they would fight to their heart's content. As long as they could protect the entirety of the 33 heavens, no matter how many sacrifices they had to make, they wouldn't hesitate. Using their own lives in exchange for the stability of their families, races, and sects, this was not a loss at all. Even if they died in battle, they wouldn't be able to change the final result. At the very least, they would die a worthy death. Let's go! Meet the demon race! At this time, the dragon god, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixin, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong took the lead, directly flying out of the fiend god battlefield and into the boundless starry sky. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, and the other experts followed closely behind, each of them exuding a strong and fierce aura. Kill! Large amounts of undying beings and truth-severing realm elites also moved. There were creatures of all races, all of them surging with a heaven-overflowing aura, intertwining together. It was as if they were carrying a terrifying great world as they moved. When these experts arrived in the boundless starry sky, the terrifying energy burst out, causing a large area of the void to turn into chaos, the scene incomparably terrifying. The dragon god, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixin, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong, the 5 half-step Tao-raising realm experts, took the lead, directly charging towards the 9 demon generals. Their bodies carried an unconcealable domineering aura, but at the same time, their faces were incomparably solemn. The 9 demon generals were the strongest existence of the demon race, and they were enough to pose the most terrifying threat to the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Facing the 9 demon generals, Xiaolong felt that holding back 4 of them was already his limit. If the other 5 demon generals fought against Di Batian's group of 4, they would probably have an overwhelming advantage. After all, they were far from recovering from their injuries at this time. As for the immortal and true severing realm experts of the 33 heavens, and the 3,000 boundless worlds added together, they did not fear the demon race in the slightest. But if the 9 demon generals did not fight with Xiaolong and the others, even if only one of them charged into the crowd of the 2 worlds, it would cause unimaginable damage. Sure enough, when Xiaolong and the others were charging forward, the 9 great demon generals had already moved. What made everyone's heart sink was that the Blood God Archevil General, Ming Luo Archevil General, and Desolate Fiend Archevil General charged towards Xiaolong, whereas the Crimson Flame Archevil General, Fierce Locust Archevil General, Yuduo Archevil General, and Luen Su Archevil General charged towards Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixin, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong respectively. Lastly, the evading Shadow Demon General and Hun Mian Demon General charged in another direction, where Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, and the other meditative experts were. The 9 demon generals' intentions were very clear. They did not intend to fight to the death with Long Xian, Di Batian, and the other 4. Their thoughts were the same as Xiaolong and the others, and they all wanted to hold back the strongest experts of the other side. However, to the demon race, they only needed 7 demon generals to make a move, and Long Xian and the others would not be distracted. Once the remaining 2 demon generals charged into the group of meditative experts, it would be a one-sided slaughter. However, in the face of such a situation, no one had a better way to deal with it. Du Xiaofu and the others could only brace themselves and charge forward. In an instant, 100 meditative experts gathered together and formed a formation with Du Xiaofu as the center. Following that, Du Xiaofu used his 8 trigrams technique to gather the strength of the 100 experts and turned it into his own strength. he was prepared to resist the attack of the two demon generals. Keek keek! Die, Du Xiaofu! The evading shadow demon general laughed coldly, and it contained a strong murderous intent. He and the Hun Mian demon general charged towards Du Xiaofu from the left and right respectively. The two demon generals' lips curled into a sinister smile as they stared at the group of experts in front of them like the Grim Reaper. Lu Xiaoyou's children, wife, and relatives are all here. I'm sure he'll be heartbroken after killing all of you. Keek keek! The Hun Mian demon general spoke gloomily. His voice was indescribably terrifying. A terrifying and ferocious aura erupted from the two demon generals. Most of the people in front of them had a close and inviolable relationship with Lu Xiaoyu. If they were to kill all of them here, it would be a huge blow to him. Kill! Du Xiaofu's eyes were gloomy. He did not respond to the two demon generals. Instead, he roared and charged forward with a huge 8 trigrams diagram. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand surged wildly as it drew a sword ray that seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth. At the same time, he immediately retreated after striking out with his attack. The moment his body flashed, a blood-red light swept across the void. It was as though it could split the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. This was the Hun Mian demon general's attack. It was extremely terrifying. If Du Xiaofu had not dodged it quickly, his 8 trigrams diagram would have collapsed in an instant. Rumble! Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu's sword ray was blasted away. It turned into powder in the fleeing shadow demon general's hand. The broken energy danced in the air and shone brightly. Do you think you can escape? The Hun Mian demon general snorted when he saw Du Xiaofu retreating. He charged forward again and said coldly. He and the fleeing shadow demon general moved together. They split into 2 different directions and charged toward Du Xiaofu. In their eyes, no matter how powerful this kid was, he would not be able to stop them. As long as they closed in on him and surrounded him, his life and death would be in their hands. Marshal Uncle Du, don't fight them head on! Lu Jingyan transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu from within the 8 trigrams diagram. Du Xiaofu nodded when he heard this. That was his plan. The strength of the two demon generals was extraordinary. It was not something that could be dealt with by the combined strength of these people. Instead of using all his strength to fight, it was better to use a roundabout method and go around in circles with the two demon generals. After making up his mind, Du Xiaofu naturally would not do anything stupid. What a joke, he already had experience. If he were to deal with 2 demon generals by himself, it would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, he continued to unleash his attacks. At the same time, his figure rapidly changed positions. With each flash, he constantly changed his position, escaping the pursuit of the 2 demon generals. Why are you resisting so stubbornly? Everything you're doing is futile. You can escape for a while, but you can't escape forever. In the end, you can't avoid dying at our hands, the fleeing shadow demon general said in a sinister tone. The words of the 2 demon generals were incomparably cold. Their fierce attacks descended one after another, causing the void to tremble and the universe to overturn. They had all used their most powerful techniques, completely suppressing Du Xiaofu. The purple-robed youth borrowed the power of over 100 meditative experts, but he was still unable to completely escape their attacks. He would be hit in one strike and suffer heavy injuries. Roar! In the end, Du Xiaofu used the cyan spirit armor, shuttling back and forth amidst the terrifying attacks that filled the sky, dodging the attacks of the 2 demon generals time and time again. As time passed, the injuries on his body increased. Even if he did not fight the 2 demon generals head-on, he was still unable to dodge all of their attacks. In the midst of this, the fleeing shadow demon general and the Hun Mian demon general carried a sinister smile as they continuously surrounded Du Xiaofu and crazily attacked him. However, as Du Xiaofu deliberately dodged, they did not cause any real damage to Du Xiaofu and the hundreds of meditative experts. If I can't kill you, then I'll go deal with the others first. Suddenly, the fleeing shadow demon general, who was chasing Du Xiaofu, turned his eyes, stopped dodging abruptly in the void, and said softly. His gaze turned to other directions, where a large number of experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors were fighting with the demon clan. His intention was very clear. He wanted to force Du Xiaofu to fight. If Du Xiaofu continued to dodge, he would attack the other experts. All right. I'll handle this brat by myself. On the side, the Hun Mian demon general nodded lightly and said. As he spoke, he also looked at Du Xiaofu, wanting to see how he would deal with it. This is bad. Du Xiaofu frowned. He did not know what to do. The two demon generals' actions were to force him into a dead end, but there was nothing he could do. After a moment of hesitation, he saw that the fleeing shadow demon general had already turned around and attacked in another direction. With a sudden wave of his arm, a dim light flashed. All the light around him dimmed, as if it had swallowed all the light in the world. This dim light continued to shrink, as if a curtain of the sky was pressing down, instantly enveloping dozens of meditated powerhouses of the 33 heavens. I'll fight you! Du Xiaofu was anxious. At this time, he did not dare to think anymore. He directly moved, wanting to stop the fleeing shadow demon general. He was well aware that if he allowed the evading shadow demon general to do as he pleased, it would inevitably cause a terrifying amount of casualties. A large number of meditative forgetfulness powerhouses would die. To the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, this was an unbearable burden. Boy, do you think I don't exist? The Hun Mian demon general coldly snorted. A thick, pitch-black devil chi rolled out from his body and turned into tentacles that wrapped around Du Xiaofu like vines. In an instant they stopped Du Xiaofu. If a demon general were to take action, Du Xiaofu himself wouldn't be able to resist, much less break through this line of defense and assist the 33 heavens meditative forgetfulness powerhouses. He was anxious, and so were Xiaolong, Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, and the others in the distance. However, at this time, no one could free themselves to help. Everyone's hearts were heavy as they watched the fleeing shadow demon general's dark light descend with shocked gazes. In just an instant, the dozens of meditated powerhouses of the 33 heavens who were surrounded by the dim light let out miserable howls. Obviously, they were enduring great pain and unbearable pain. Even if this Tao-carrying realm expert was far from the peak, it was still easy for him to suppress a group of meditated powerhouses with ease. Bastard! In the distance, Xiaolong cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Like everyone else, he knew that it was impossible for him to rescue them in time. Besides, even if he could do it, as long as he ignored his opponents, these opponents would definitely imitate the fleeing shadow demon general's actions and attack other powerhouses. On the other hand, he and the others would be trapped in endless back and forth, exhausted from running for their lives, and the final outcome was obvious. At this time, all the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 major worlds who saw this scene felt despair. They watched helplessly as the dozens of figures were swallowed up and let out miserable shrieks, and the life aura emitted by the dim light gradually began to weaken. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the other powerhouses felt extreme pain in their hearts, but they could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The devil race had too many devil generals, and even if they could barely count Du Xiaofu, it was impossible to restrain them. At the same time, Dongli Qihuang, Qingyan, and the other two devil attendants revealed ghastly smiles. They were the most carefree in their hearts, and many of them had cast their gazes towards the dim light released by the fleeing shadow demon general, waiting quietly for the result. Chapter 2949. Many devils wanted to take a good look, to see how those meditative realm experts died tragically at the hands of the evading shadow devil generals. The other powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds felt despair. They couldn't help. For Xiaolong, Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others, this was a huge blow. Keek! The evading shadow demon general's sneer became even louder. His blood-red eyes narrowed and he increased the strength of his hand. Through his perception, he could clearly see the state of the dozens of meditative boundary experts. Under his suppression, the strength of those people weakened step by step. They were about to collapse. Their bodies burst open, their flesh and blood a mess. Die! The evading shadow demon general roared. His face suddenly became ferocious and his aura exploded. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in an instant. From the moment the evading shadow demon general shot out that dim light to the moment his aura surged wildly, it happened in less than a breath's time. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone felt that the fate of the 33 Heavens meditative boundary experts was already decided. They couldn't escape death. A demon general's attack didn't allow them to have the slightest bit of luck. However, at this moment, a light snort came from the void. It was extremely sudden. Accompanying the sound was a blood-gold saber light. It seemed to have come from ancient times and brazenly attacked. When this saber light appeared, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. All the stars trembled in resonance. At the same time, the invisible law patterns also changed and became 10,000 times brighter. This saber light rushed down. As soon as it appeared, it killed its way into the battlefield and instantly appeared above the dim light released by the evading shadow demon general. Chi! The saber light flashed like the most domineering weapon in the world. With a sudden slash, it cut a terrifying gap in the dim light, accompanied by the sound of ripping cloth. In the next moment, terrifying demonic chi erupted from the gap in the light curtain. Endless energy spilled out. The scene was extremely shocking. The dozens of meditative boundary experts of the 33 Heavens were drowned by the boundless demonic chi and disappeared. On the contrary, after the saber light cut through the dim light curtain, its power didn't weaken at all. It continued to spin and charged straight at the evading shadow demon general. Pff! The evading shadow demon general had just reacted when he saw the saber light coming for him. In a hurry, he had just turned shadow demon general. He was about to dodge the saber light. The shadow demon general. Arg! The evading shadow demon general let out a roar of pain, his face incomparably malevolent. He used all his strength and retreated shadow demon general. In a flash, he appeared far away and looked at the field with panic in his eyes. Another boundary expert! The shadow demon general, the shadow demon general, the shadow demon general to devil battle devil in an instant. Everyone understood what had happened. Obviously, another boundary expert had arrived and used absolute strength to break through the evading shadow demon general's attack. Moreover, he had injured the evading shadow demon general in an instant. From this, it wasn't difficult to see how strong this person was. A demon general didn't even have the strength to resist in his hands. He didn't even have time to escape. Who the hell is it? The eyes of the 9 demon generals all revealed a deep look. At the same time, all of them cast their gazes towards their surroundings, wanting to find the expert hiding in the dark. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyu has returned? Dongli Qiwang and Qinyan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They really couldn't think of a second person with such terrifying strength. Perhaps in the entire 33 Heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds, only Lu Xiaoyu could do it. Thinking of this, the 2 demon attendants couldn't help but tremble slightly. If this was really the case, it would be a great disaster for the demon race. With Lu Xiaoyu taking action, no one would be able to stop him in the absence of the demon ancestor. Even if the 9 demon generals worked together, they were no match for Lu Xiaoyu. The eyes of the 2 demon attendants trembled. They stared motionlessly at the place where the evading shadow demon general had broken the dark light curtain and turned into a wave of demon chi. Not only them, but Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixian, Yang Hua, Lu Xintong, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others were also like the demon race. The only difference was that the boundary realm experts of the 33 Heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds all had unconcealable expressions of excitement. Hoo! Time passed by slowly. Not long after, Under everyone's expectant gazes, the demonic chi finally dispersed, revealing the figures of dozens of meditative forgetfulness experts. Under the attack of the evading shadow demon general just now, the aura of these dozens of people had withered by more than half. Their bodies were covered in blood and they were seriously injured. But the miraculous thing was that they were all still alive. None of them had died. And in front of these dozens of people, a man in green clothes was the most eye-catching. This man held a long saber in his hand. The saber's body faintly emitted a blood-red light, and it was also suffused with a golden light. At a glance, one could feel the boundless killing intent. It did not seem like an ordinary item. This saber was called the blood saber. It was the natal item of the master of the 3,000 great thousand worlds. The man stood quietly in the void, but his entire body seemed to be wrapped in boundless light. His aura was so oppressive that no one could look directly at him. It was as if they were not looking at a person, but a god. Boss! Father! Senior brother! Master! Uncle! Cries of surprise came from the boundary realm experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds. Xiaolong, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yishao, Du Xiaofu, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others were all overjoyed. There was an indescribable excitement. Xiao Yu, you're finally back! Di Batian was very surprised and blurted out. Hearing these people's cries of surprise, the faces of the 9 demon generals of the demon race were so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. From the way the people around them addressed the man in green, it was not difficult to determine that this person was the legendary master of the 3,000 great thousand worlds, Lu Xiaoyu. Although the 9 demon generals had never seen him before, ever since they broke through the seal of the 18 levels of hell, they had heard this name more than once from Dongli Qiwang, Xinyan, and the others. This Lu Xiaoyu was a legendary figure. He was very terrifying and was not an ordinary person. They had long known that it was because of this Lu Xiaoyu's arrangement that the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds dared to kill their way into the 18 levels of hell. Moreover, all of the demon race were very wary of him, including the Lord Demon Ancestor who had not recovered. However, in the fierce battle earlier, Lu Xiaoyu had not appeared, so the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds who had fought their way to the 16th level of hell with great difficulty began to retreat and return to the fiend god battlefield. The situation was developing in a direction that was advantageous to the demon race. As long as they had enough time, with the strength of the 9 demon generals, it was absolutely not a problem to wipe out all the beings of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds here. However, who would have thought that Lu Xiaoyu would suddenly return at this time, causing the 9 demon generals to feel extremely dignified. This kid really came back. In the demon race's lineup, Dongli Qiwang and Xinyan's lips trembled, and their bodies began to tremble. Boundless fear arose in their hearts. Since the beginning of the divine battle world, Lu Xiaoyu had established a tall and mighty image step by step, deeply implanted in their hearts, making it difficult for them to ignore him. Normally, the 2 demon servants might have a lot of contempt in their words and compared Lu Xiaoyu to the Lord Demon Ancestor. But now, after all, the Lord Demon Ancestor had not fully recovered, and Lu Xiaoyu had appeared in front of them, so how could they not be afraid? With an aghast expression, Dongli Qiwang and Xinyan unconsciously took 2 steps back, as if they wanted to stay a little farther away from Lu Xiaoyu, so that they could find a little more security. Boss, did you succeed? Xiaolong looked at Lu Xiaoyu with great surprise, and after thinking for a long time, he could not help but ask. Earlier, he had gone to a mysterious place with Lu Xiaoyu. That place was independent of the 33 heavens, the 3,000 great thousand worlds, and the 18 levels of hell, and it hid some extremely great secrets. The creator of the 3,000 great thousand worlds had also gone there. However, after Lu Xiaoyu and Xiaolong entered, they did not find the creator of the 3,000 great thousand worlds. Instead, Lu Xiaoyu began to have a new understanding with the help of some special power. According to Xiaolong's estimation, the last barrier blocking Boss Lu Xiaoyu would be broken soon. In the end, the realm that Big Brother would reach would be the highest existence in this world, and that would be the faceless realm. Xiaolong imagined that this process would absolutely take a long time, and even 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years might not be enough. It was also for this reason that he rushed back alone, entered the 18 levels of hell, and brought all the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds away, so that there would not be too many changes to the previous arrangements. But who would have thought that in addition to the 7 demon generals who had chased them out, there would be 2 more demon generals who had walked out of the 18 levels of hell and wanted to kill everyone in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds. However, Boss had suddenly returned at this time. Could it be that he had already taken that crucial step and stepped into the highest level? Xiaolong was even more excited when he thought of this. If this was the case, it would be too easy to deal with the demon race. "We'll talk about it later." Facing Xiaolong's question, Lu Xiaoyu just smiled and said. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at the 9 demon generals of the demon race. Gradually, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes became extremely cold, like 10,000 feet of ice, and extremely cold. "You demons dared to walk out of the 18 levels of hell without the demon ancestor? Without his protection, how can you little shrimps make such a big splash? Since that's the case, let's start the decisive battle. Before the demon ancestor recovers, it's a good thing to get rid of all his minions first," Lu Xiaoyu said, with a chilling intent, and killing intent bursting out. Step by step, he walked towards the 9 demon generals. As he moved, the aura on Lu Xiaoyu's body grew stronger and stronger. The boundless energy surged wildly, releasing a scorching aura, as if an incomparably terrifying scorching sun had bloomed. It was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than some of the burning stars in the distant starry sky. Seeing him approaching step by step, the 9 demon generals' expressions all became solemn. "Lu Xiaoyu, even if you have a Tao-bearing realm cultivation, how can you treat us 9 demon generals as nothing? If it weren't for the countless years of wear and tear of the seal, with the strength of the 9 of us, killing you would be as easy as flipping our palms." The desolate demon general's brows were tightly knitted together, as he shouted arrogantly. However, the giant axe in his hand had already betrayed his true state, showing the extreme fear in his heart. The pressure Lu Xiaoyu gave him was too great, making it difficult for the desolate demon general to calm down. He could only clamor crazily, trying to show the imposing manner of a Tao-bearing realm expert. However, this action had already put him in a weak position. A real man doesn't talk about his past bravery. Moreover, that was countless years ago. You 9 demon generals are very extraordinary. With your Tao-bearing realm cultivation, there are very few people in the world who can compare to you. However, in that era, there were still a large number of Tao-bearing realm experts from the 33 heavens to deal with you. They suppress you and the demon ancestor's primordial spirit in the 18 levels of hell, making it difficult for you to rise again. Even if you come back now, it's difficult to reproduce the ferocious power of the past. The corners of Lu Xiaoyu's mouth continued to move forward. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose into a mocking smile as he continued. "The ancient times are no more, and the present is different from the past. Could it be that you still can't see your own ability? If you have the ability, then bring out the strength of the ancient times and fight with me." As he spoke, he had already traveled a long distance, closing the distance between him and the 9 demon generals. During this process, the 9 demon generals also involuntarily retreated slowly. Lu Xiaoyu's words made the 9 of them unable to refute. The 9 demon generals' expressions were incomparably solemn as they looked solemnly at the azure-robed man, using their terrifying auras to suppress him. The strength that Lu Xiaoyu displayed was that of a Tao-bearing realm expert, no different from the 9 demon generals in the ancient times. However, in this era, it was enough to crush the 9 of them until they couldn't breathe. What a pity! We had already killed our way to the 16th level of hell and were only 1 level away from the final 18th level of hell. If Boss had come back earlier, we could have directly attacked the demon ancestor's nest and interrupted his recovery. Looking at the tense situation, Xiaolong could not help but click his tongue and sigh emotionally, his eyes filled with regret. No matter! Anyway, the conditions to truly kill the demon ancestor aren't sufficient yet. Let's just kill our way in again. In my opinion, going through this process again, everything will be perfect. Although Xiaolong's voice was very soft, it was completely heard by Lu Xiaoyu. He opened his mouth lightly and responded like this. After that, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly darkened, and he did not say any more nonsense. He raised bloodshed in his hand abruptly, and at the same time, the power within his body revolved wildly. Walala! Terrifying great Tao origin power shot out wildly, mixed with a large amount of chaos aura, like a long dragon dancing in the air, rushing toward bloodshed in Lu Xiaoyu's hand. Roar, roar, roar! However, a strange beast's roar could be heard drifting out, as if an ancient giant beast had awakened, shaking the world. This was Lu Xiaoyu's great Tao origin power, a Tao that he had walked out on his own. It was completely different from the great Tao power of the various major worlds. At the same time, this great Tao power gave birth to a small amount of chaos origin power, which was originally an ability that only the illusionary realm could possess. Swish! Lu Xiaoyu raised his saber and instantly released a terrifying saber light, slashing directly at the Desolation Fiend Demon General. Seeing such a saber light approaching, the Desolation Fiend Demon General's entire body trembled violently. Without thinking, he swung the bloodshed axe in his hand, carrying billowing demonic aura, brazenly blocking Lu Xiaoyu's attack. However, in the next moment, Bloodshed's saber light descended and easily destroyed the Desolation Fiend Demon General's axe shadow. Then, it slashed the body of the giant axe, splitting it into two halves. The Desolation Fiend Demon General blocking in front of Lu Xiaoyu was like a piece of tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. The saber light cut through the terrifying demonic aura, but it did not deplete too much, still brazenly attacking brazenly. Quickly dodge. The Blood God Demon General, Mingluo Demon General, Fierce Locust Demon General, Crimson Flame Demon General, and the remaining 8 Demon Generals shouted at the same time. They all rushed out and attacked at the same time, all of them charging toward Lu Xiaoyu's saber light. Rumble. Waves of terrifying energy surged out, causing Lu Xiaoyu's saber light to pause for a moment. Taking advantage of this short moment, the Desolation Fiend Demon General immediately retreated, but he was still unable to completely dodge the attack. The saber light slashed into his back. Pfft. A pool of demonic blood drifted past, as if it was raining blood. The Desolation Fiend Demon General's back was sliced from top to bottom. His broad and thick muscles and bones were all slashed open, revealing the 5 internal organs in his chest. It was incomparably terrifying. Go! The other 8 demon generals also suffered a certain degree of impact, and they all spat out a mouthful of blood from their mouths. However, no one dared to delay any longer. They directly dragged the Desolation Fiend Demon General's broken body and instantly rushed out, fleeing toward the 18th level of hell. Run! Dongli Qiwang, Qin Yan, and the rest of the demon race were all stunned when they saw this scene. They were stunned for a very long time before they remembered to flee. One by one, the demon race began to flee in panic. Everyone's goal was the same, and that was to return to the 18th level of hell and seek the protection of the demon ancestor. The demon race was still in an overbearing state just now. I didn't expect that the moment the Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds returned, they became stray dogs. Since that's the case, let's kill again. Chapter 2950. The demon race was so arrogant before. I didn't expect that the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds would return and become a stray dog. Since that's the case, let's kill them again. Seeing a large number of demon race experts fleeing frantically, an expert of the 33 heavens couldn't help but sneer. Looking at the demon race experts fleeing like stray dogs, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. With the return of the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, the demon race no longer has the capital to be rampant. At this time, the demon ancestor is still recovering. Who in the demon race can stop our attack? Kill! Let these demon race people see what the price of invading our 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds is. The experts of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds spoke one after another, each of them carrying an uncontrollable excitement. The return of the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, was like a shot of cardiac stimulant for each of them. Everyone believed that under his leadership, they could once again kill their way into the 18 layers of hell and give the demon race a heavy blow. As long as the demon ancestor didn't appear, no one could stop a Tao-carrying powerhouse at his peak. At this moment, many experts seemed to have eaten a great tonic. Their faces were red as they began to roar, their fighting spirit bursting out. Kill! Swords and sabers were raised, blooming with bright light, dazzling the world. Layers of energy madly burst out, sweeping through the endless space of the star field and shaking the universe. The experts of the 3,000 boundless worlds and the 33 heavens all began to chase after the devil race who was fleeing at high speed. The world's strongest expert had already appeared, there was no reason not to fight. This time, everyone believed that they could smoothly kill their way into the 18 layers of hell and disturb the recovering demon ancestor. If Lu Xiaoyu could kill him, then the rest of the demon race wouldn't be a threat at all. Kill! There was no need for any additional instructions. Chu Dao Ju, Ling Feng, Long San, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the other immortal realm experts all wielded their weapons and chased after the demon race experts. The meditative realm experts of the two great worlds didn't slack off at all. They all attacked the meditative realm experts of Dongli Chihuang, Xinyan, and the other demons. All of them had the same goal, and that was to kill their way back into the 18 levels of hell. Moreover, this time, they had to kill their way to the deepest depths. Boss! At this time, Xiaolong, Dizizes, Di Batian Thousand Demon, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, Lu Jingyun, Lu Jingyun, and Du Xiaofu, and a few other experts. This is SSSS World's Boundless World Heavens, S Worlds. Lu Xiaoyu smiled as he looked at the crowd. Then, he turned to look at Heavy Sword Edgeless Yanghua and Poisoned Spirit which Lu Xintong. One of them was his elder brother, and the other was his younger sister. Lu Xiaoyu naturally knew their situation. He himself was a little surprised. Normally, it wasn't easy for Hotian lifeforms to reach the half-step Dao realm. In the entire world, only he and Xiaolong could do it. Now that Yanghua and Lu Xintong had also broken through, it was a great thing. Lu Xiaoyu was extremely gratified. Xiaoyu, let's chase after them. We can't let those demons off so easily, Yanghua said to Lu Xiaoyu with his sword in hand, his eyes bright. The others also looked at him with shining eyes, waiting for the strongest expert in the world to lead them into the 18 levels of hell. No matter! Since I'm back, let's proceed according to the original plan. Lu Xiaoyu nodded lightly. However, he didn't do anything. He just looked at everyone and said, This trip to the 18 levels of hell will mainly depend on you guys to fight against the devil race. During this process, everyone can undergo some training and improve your strength. I hope that after entering the 18 levels of hell, when we truly face the demon ancestor, you'll have the strength to kill him. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to Du Xiaofu. According to his plans, Du Xiaofu was the key to everything. If they wanted to kill the demon ancestor, they had to rely on him. However, Du Xiaofu's current strength was still somewhat lacking. He hadn't truly crossed that threshold and didn't have the strength to kill Jiangqin. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyu's arrangement was to let Du Xiaofu undergo high-intensity training in the 18 levels of hell. At the same time, he would be escorting Du Xiaofu, allowing him to enter a state of comprehension at any time and go into seclusion alone. So long as Du Xiaofu could break through to the Dao realm by the time they reached the 18 levels of hell, he'd have the strength to truly fight. When that happened, it would be the final moment to resolve everything. Senior brother, I understand. Du Xiaofu nodded solemnly when he met Lu Xiaoyu's gaze. He felt immense pressure in his heart, but at the same time, he found it difficult to suppress his will. How could he not understand what his senior brother was saying? He was saying that the ultimate fate of all the experts in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes rested on his shoulders. This made Du Xiaofu feel even more burdened with responsibility. However, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he inwardly encouraged himself. He absolutely had to break through during this trip to the 18 levels of hell and enter the ranks of sovereign powerhouses. Then, he'd pose a sufficient threat to Jiangchen. As long as you understand. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He knew that Du Xiaofu was already outstanding enough. In just a few short millennia, he'd managed to reach this point. In any other era, this was unimaginable. Even Lu Xiaoyu himself had experienced a relatively long process of rising to prominence in the 3,000 universes. Thus, Lu Xiaoyu felt that the pressure he placed on Du Xiaofu was immense, but he couldn't afford to slack off. Fortunately, the kid's strength had continued to grow, far surpassing his expectations. At the same time, it also meant that his arrangements in Shenwu World had been the most effective. That was why Du Xiaofu's path had been so smooth and his growth so rapid. It would be difficult to find anything else in the world that would make him feel so gratified. Boss, have you already taken that step? Xiaolong suddenly leaned forward and stared at Lu Xiaoyu's nose. He asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixien, Yang Hua, Lu Xintong, and the others all turned to look at Lu Xiaoyu. He was eagerly anticipating his boss's answer. He wanted to hear the result he'd imagined. But after he asked this question, Lu Xiaoyu only smiled and then gently shook his head, not saying a word. This answer was within everyone's expectations, although it didn't go as they'd hoped. Everyone knew that the last step was extremely difficult. At the very least, it was much more difficult than breaking through from the half-step carrier realm to the carrier realm. Lu Xiaoyu's breakthrough in his early years and his possession of the carrier realm body had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Therefore, even if Lu Xiaoyu didn't break through the last step, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixien, Xiaolong, and the others weren't surprised. Let's go. It's time to enter the 18 layers of hell for the final battle. Lu Xiaoyu didn't explain too much to the others. He simply said so. With a wave of his arm, he brought the people around him with him. In the next instant, they appeared on the path of the demon clan. Kill! Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the other meditative experts charged into the midst of the devil race. They each found their opponents and launched a fierce attack. Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixien, Yang Hua, and Lu Xintong were about to attack, but they were stopped by Lu Xiaoyu. Their target was the devil race's 9 devil generals. This time, with Lu Xiaoyu present, they wouldn't be afraid of the 9 devil generals. However, Lu Xiaoyu clearly didn't intend to kill the 9 devil generals. Instead, he motioned for Xiaolong and the others to follow him and watch quietly. There was no need for them to interfere in the battle elsewhere. Seeing this, the 9 devil generals who were running for their lives were overjoyed. Lu Xiaoyu not attacking was a great thing for them. They didn't need to think too much. The only thought in their minds was to run for their lives. The experts of the devil race can't die here! The blood god demon general sensed all this and suddenly thought so. There were many other experts of the devil race in the surroundings. These people were the strength of the devil race. If they were all lost here, they wouldn't be able to answer to the devil ancestor when he returned in the future. With this thought in mind, the 9 devil generals suddenly became serious. Then, they opened a space gap. Inside it was an independent space similar to Lu Xiaoyun's. They wanted to put all the experts of the devil race in it and escape with them. However, just as the space was about to open up, a saber light suddenly shot out, directly charging into the independent space created by the 9 demon generals. This saber light was terrifying and carried a strangling power. In the blink of an eye, it twisted the space into powder, turning it into the purest spatial law patterns. The independent space of the 9 great demon generals was actually destroyed in an instant. Damned Lu Xiaoyu, is he trying to kill all of us? The fierce locust demon general screamed and almost went berserk. Lu Xiao's strength was too strong. Their space couldn't withstand his attack at all. The most puzzling thing was that the brat didn't attack them himself. Instead, he interfered with them, taking away the other experts of the devil race. This clearly showed that he wanted to kill everyone in the devil race. "Let's go!" The Mingluo demon general gritted his teeth and said with hatred. Seeing through Lu Xiao's thoughts, they didn't ask for anything more. They were weaker than him, so they could only be cowards. Unable to bring away the many experts of the devil race, the 9 devil generals immediately gave up. As long as Lu Xiaoyu didn't attack, at the very least, it was not difficult for the 9 of them to leave. With this thought, the 9 devil generals increased their speed again, speeding out, no longer caring about the rest of the devil race. Qi La, however, right at this time, another saber light suddenly slashed down, like a resplendent light curtain sprinkling down, like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, directly blocking the path of the 9 devil generals. Facing such a terrifying saber light curtain, none of them dared to touch it. Lu Xiao's supreme cultivation was displayed. If they forcefully collided, they would either die or be injured. "Lu Xiaoyu, what the hell are you trying to do?" The hatred in the hearts of the 9 devil generals reached the point of no return. That Lu Xiao's meaning was not planning on letting them leave just like this. Since he didn't fight, but also didn't let them leave, the 9 devil generals were also unable to understand what the other party was trying to do. As the devil race's 9 devil generals, could it be that you're going to escape just like this? If there weren't your existence, how could this hunting game be exciting? From behind, Lu Xiao's light voice came, like an ancient well without ripples. These words, in the ears of the 9 devil generals, caused them to grit their teeth. If it weren't for the fact that they no longer had the strength, they would definitely want Lu Xiaoyu to die without a burial place, turn him into ashes, and disappear into nothingness. "Damn bastard!" Demon General Duo Yu's eyes were extremely deep as he shouted hatefully. The 9 great demon generals exchanged glances with each other. Then, they suddenly charged forward, wanting to give it another try. As expected, what welcomed them in front was Lu Xiao's saber light, directly blocking their path, causing them to be unable to move forward. The 9 devil generals had no choice but to stop and not force their way through. Lu Xiao's intention was very clear. He didn't want the 9 of them to leave so easily. "Since you don't want us to leave, then let's fight!" Luan Su snorted and instantly changed directions. Instead, he rushed towards the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds. When the other 8 devil generals saw this, they also made the same decision. Since they couldn't escape from Lu Xiao's obstruction, they might as well turn around and kill their way through the crowd. Didn't the 33 heavens and the 3,000 greater worlds want to push all the way to the 18th level of hell? Then, in the process, let these people feel the pain. The 9 devil generals did indeed have the capital to do so. Lu Xiaoyu had already made it clear that he wouldn't deal with them. Since that was the case, they might as well display their strength and cause a huge loss to the 33 heavens and the 3,000 greater worlds. With such thoughts in mind, the 9 devil generals attacked angrily, all of them releasing terrifying devil chi that could topple mountains and overturn seas, attacking the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 greater worlds. Once such an attack landed, it would definitely be able to kill a large number of experts, causing a huge loss to the people of the 2 worlds. "A bunch of fools! Boss won't let you leave, but will he let you attack as you wish? This is just a game, and the 9 of you are an important factor in this game. Naturally, you have to be restrained properly." Beside Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaolong curled his lips and mocked. As a brother, Xiaolong naturally understood what his boss was thinking. Sure enough, right when he hadn't finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu struck out with another ferocious blade light, and it revolved as it slashed down. It transformed into a cage that enveloped the attacks of the 9 demon generals within it. Immediately thereafter, the saber projections entangled the attacks unleashed by the 9 nascent soul cultivators with all their might, and they were completely annihilated without even being able to create a bubble, let alone inflict any damage to the powerful beings of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 upper realms. Huff, huff! The 9 devil generals' faces were filled with hatred as they panted heavily, their anger reaching the extreme. Their path of attack had been blocked. Just as Long Xian had said, Lu Xiaoyu would not tolerate them wantonly attacking. At this time, the 9 devil generals finally realized that they had really become a joke in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. With a little thought, it wasn't difficult to imagine his true intentions. He wants to leave us until the end and let Du Xiaofu and the others practice. The Hun devil generals' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, filled with hatred. Lu Xiaoyu didn't kill them, didn't let them go, and didn't let the 9 devil generals participate in the battle. This was clearly to raise them. The 9 devil generals had no other use, but they were good stepping stones. For Du Xiaofu, who had a chance to break through to the Tao-bearing realm, they were the best training materials. Ha ha! You know your own place and your own use. Xiaolong laughed heartily and looked at the 9 demon generals with a mocking expression. Well said, you guys are those fat little piglets that are waiting to be raised to be strong enough to be slaughtered during the festive season. Boss should have prepared a pigsty for you, stay inside and enjoy it. As he spoke, Xiaolong looked at Lu Xiaoyu, as if he had seen through the other party's thoughts and wanted to confirm it. After Xiaolong finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu revealed a relaxed smile and said, Xiaolong knows boss best. I've indeed prepared a pigsty for them. But unfortunately, there isn't any pig food. Fortunately, these little piglets are fat enough, and they'll be able to make a table full of sumptuous dishes during festivals. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed while his fingers danced about. Numerous strange seals were formed by him, and they transformed into mysterious and obscure markings of the Grand Tao that emanated a terrifying and monstrous force. Huff! 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 These mysterious markings were ceaselessly combined and transformed like numerous shapeless threads that interweaved with each other, and slowly weaved a terrifying net of the Grand Tao in his hands. The source of energy for this net of the Grand Tao was the Grand Tao that Lu Xiaoyu had comprehended himself, and it even contained the powerful quintessence energy of chaos, causing it to be extremely terrifying. Whem! 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 A special pressure started to appear in the sky, and it suddenly descended. Under this pressure, the bodies of the 9 demon generals began to tremble violently, as if they were sifting chaff. They smelled a strong aura of danger. The net of light in Lu Xiaoyu's hand was only the size of a few palms, but it carried the most terrifying force as it was projected into the sky. At this time, how could the 9 devil generals not understand what kind of fate they would face? They couldn't help but be terrified to death. Chapter 2951. Rumble. As Lu Xiaoyu continued to move, a monstrous force began to explode in the surroundings. It was as if a huge mountain was collapsing. Mountain rocks rolled, and the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping could be heard. At this time, the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had already entered the first level of hell. The commotion caused by Lu Xiaoyu caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They couldn't help but open their eyes and look over. Du Xiaofu, who was rampaging through the crowd of demons, also diverted some of his attention to pay attention to this terrifying movement. Chi la la! Under Lu Xiaoyu's command, an extremely shocking scene suddenly appeared in the sky above the first level of hell. Streaks of bright light appeared one after another, slicing open cracks in the sky. It looked like a broken eggshell, filled with fine patterns. In a place where no one could see, outside the first level of hell, in the boundless starry sky, the orbit of countless stars changed. The energy produced surged out like a tide. This energy finally followed an invisible path, and was transmitted to the 18 levels of hell. Rumble. In the first level of hell, a terrifying thunderous sound suddenly appeared. At the center of the terrifying net-like patterns in the sky, an object that looked like a thunderbolt suddenly struck down. However, it contained a variety of complicated energy. It directly fell down, and was connected to the light net in Lu Xiaoyu's hand. As the thunderous light flashed down, layers of vast and boundless energy surged in. It was like a raging wave that directly tore the void into pieces. It transformed into a terrifying chaotic state that caused one's scalp to turn numb at the sight of it. This energy was transmitted into the light net in Du Xiaofu's hand in an instant. Swish! In an instant, the light net in Lu Xiaoyu's hand seemed to have eaten a large dose of tonic. In an instant, it expanded thousands of times and quickly spread out, spinning and flying. The huge light net descended like the sky was pressing down. It carried a heavy, vast, and boundless energy. It was earth-shattering, and it pressed down on the 9 great demon generals. Run! There was no need to think at all. The Blood God Demon General, Ming Luo Demon General, Desolate Fiend Demon General, Qi Yen Demon General, Fierce Locust Demon General, Duo Yu Demon General, Luan Su Demon General, Evading Shadow Demon General, and Hun Demon General were all extremely shocked. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. It was not difficult for them to feel the terror of the light net. Once it pressed down on their bodies, it was most likely that they would not have any possibility of escaping. At that time, it was just as Long Xian's words, they were afraid that they would all become little pigs waiting for the slaughter. Their lives, their lives, their lives, their lives, and their lives, they would become the stepping stones on Du Xiaofu's path. Do you all think you can escape? These words coming from Lu Xiaofu Xiaoyu, Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Xiao, Lu. The 9 great demon generals were like jumping mosquitoes. No matter what they did, they could not escape the suppression of the heavenly net. As the terrifying light net pressed down on them, the 9 great demon generals felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Layers upon layers of energy rolled over them. It was extremely terrifying. They used everything they had, but they could not break free from this suppression. Boom! Boom! In a loud rumble, the bodies of the 9 great demon generals were pressed down one after another. At the same time, the light net continued to shrink and shrink. The lines and lines were compressed and became extremely solid. In the end, the light net turned into a transparent sphere, trapping the 9 great demon generals inside. It was impossible for them to break free. How could the 9 great demon generals just sit there and wait for death? Layers upon layers of terrifying attacks landed, trying to break free from this cage. However, what made them disappointed was that Lu Xiaoyu was far too powerful. The layer of seal he set down directly restrained them. After all, this was not the beginning of the ancient era. The 9 great demon generals' abilities were greatly reduced and they were far too weak compared to Lu Xiaoyu. Their continuous attacks only caused the cage to tremble. They could not break free quickly. Lu Xiaoyu, I am not done with you! The red flame demon general screamed crazily, venting the fear in his heart. One day, the demon ancestor will cut you into pieces and make you die without a burial place! The demon general Duo Yu screamed as well, full of hatred towards Lu Xiaoyu. The 9 great demon generals were not going to give up just like that. As they screamed, they continued to attack. On top of the spherical cage, pieces would fall off from time to time, weakening the power of the seal. Hee hee! When these 9 little pigs break free from this cage, who knows which grandma's birthday will be? Looking at the 9 great demon generals' actions, Xiaolong was gloating. One has to admit that when the 9 great demon generals worked together, their abilities were terrifying. Even though the seal was set up by Ling Xian, under their continuous attacks, it was still trembling. However, this kind of exhaustion was extremely small. To truly break free from this seal, who knows how many years it will take? When that time comes, it will be time for these little pigs to break free. Next to Xiaolong, Lu Xiaoyu smiled. After attacking just now, he'd used up quite a bit of energy. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Suppressing 9 great demon generals at the same time wasn't an easy task. Now it's up to Du Xiaofu, that brat. Di Batian turned his head and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the midst of the crowd. At that moment, the purple-robed youth was fighting with all his might against a number of meditated demon experts. Du Xiaofu was now a second-stage phantom cultivator. His strength was comparable to a peak third-stage meditated cultivator. He was terrifying beyond compare. He waved the heavenly tower of purple gold in his hand again and again, like a real god attacking. His attacks carried with them a boundless aura of ruthlessness and savagery, causing heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if he could stir up all 18 layers of hell. "We've placed all our hopes on him. We're all counting on him." Dong Wang Taishuan's expression was equally serious. They all knew of Lu Xiao's plans. Du Xiaofu was the most important factor in the final phase. If they wanted to completely kill Jiangqin, they could only rely on him. Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taishian, Yang and Lu Xintong didn't plan on doing anything. They would only assist from the side. Every time they saw the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes in danger, they'd lend a hand. Most importantly, they wanted to see Du Xiaofu perform alone. Everyone had the same hope. They all hoped that Du Xiaofu would succeed in breaking through that crucial step. Only then would they have enough confidence to fight the final battle against the demons. Those two fellows sure ran fast. Suddenly Yang Guo's lips curled into a faint smile. Two figures were moving in the direction of his line of sight. It was Dongli Qi Wang and Qin Yan. When Lu Xiaoyu had returned earlier, the two demon attendants had already noticed the great change in the situation. They'd immediately fled, not stopping at all. The two of them were quite crafty, but how could they truly escape pursuit? No matter how fast they fled, they could only live for a short period of time. In the eyes of an expert like Lu Xiaoyu, Dongli Qi Wang and Qin Yan's escapes seemed so weak and laughable. "Leave them all to Xiaofu. We'll relax a little and just watch." Xiaolong smiled faintly. Suddenly, he unleashed a terrifying wave of attacks, forcing back several demons on the battlefield and freeing a besieged expert of the 33 heavens. In the following period of time, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes engaged in a terrifying battle with the demons. However, what was terrifying was that the majority of the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes actually died. On the contrary, on the side of the demons, lives were reaped one after another. Their bodies were turned into blood mist, dying an unnatural death. Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taishian, Yang and Lu Xintong were like gods that walked the world. They stood high and mighty, occasionally attacking. Every time they discovered that the experts of the 33 heavens or the 3,000 universes were in danger, they would unleash a wave of resplendent light, forming a powerful attack that would force the demons back. However, they wouldn't easily take the lives of the demons. They were like 6 formidable guardians that led the people of the 2 great worlds to carry out a terrifying slaughter. For the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes, this was a rare experience. They had enough strength to kill without worrying about their lives being taken. The only thing they needed to do was to constantly kill a large number of demons. In such a scene, the experts pushed forward. As the demons fled for their lives, it didn't take long for them to leave the first layer of hell and enter the second layer of hell. Du Xiaofu didn't deliberately chase after Dongli Qi Wang and Qin Yan. He fought against 3 meditative forgetfulness experts by himself. 2 of the 3 were at the 3rd level of meditative forgetfulness, and the last one was at the 2nd level of meditative forgetfulness. Not long after they entered the 2nd level of hell, the devil at the 2nd level of meditative realm died at Du Xiaofu's hands. He was sliced in half by Du Xiaofu's origin murdering sky sword, turning into a dense mist of blood that scattered into the void. Kill! The other experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes were also in high spirits. They had a terrifying will that was difficult to express. Lu Xiaoyu was like a stabilizing needle that stabilized the sea, stabilizing everyone's hearts. As the demons continued to retreat, it aroused the killing intent of the experts even more. This was a one-sided slaughter. Lives were reaped, and countless demons died. By the time the experts entered the 4th layer of hell, no less than 2 million demons had died. Among them, at least 500,000 were at the immortal realm, and the rest were mostly at the truth-severing and seizing divinity realm. After such a situation appeared, the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes had an even easier time killing the demons. In terms of overall strength, they had a huge advantage. The more demons died, the easier it was for them to fight. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu and the others fought less and less, no longer needing to deliberately protect them. Among them, the one that the demons were most afraid of was the purple-robed young man Du Xiaofu. This young man was as terrifying as a god of death. The broadsword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, constantly reaping the lives of the demons. By the time they entered the 5th layer of hell, 3 meditative forgetfulness experts and over 100 immortal realm experts had died at his hands. Du Xiaofu's entire body was soaked in fresh blood. It was demon blood, and it emitted a strong, pungent odor. "Boss, what we're doing will indeed deal a huge blow to the demons, but won't it take too much time? Why don't we enter the 18th layer of hell first and disturb the demon ancestor to prevent him from recovering too quickly?" As they advanced, Xiaolong suddenly spoke to Lu Xiaoyu. His eyebrows furrowed together. To the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, the greatest threat came from the demon ancestor. As for the 9 demon generals, the 2 demon attendants, and the massive number of other demon powerhouses, they weren't a threat at all. If too much time passed, they wouldn't have entered the 18th layer of hell by the time Jiangchen recovered. Or rather, Du Xiaofu wouldn't have successfully broken through to the Dao carrier realm. When that happened, they'd be faced with an enormous disaster. Xiaolong naturally didn't want to see that happen. Thus, he felt that it'd be best for his boss to take him, Di Batian, and the others directly to the 18th layer of hell and interrupt the demon ancestor's recovery. That was the best plan. There's no hurry. If Jiangchen wants to recover, he won't be able to do so quickly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, but didn't immediately agree with Xiaolong. He said, "Let's wait for a while longer. I'm aware of the demon ancestor's movements. There's no need to worry too much." When Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong heard Lu Xiaoyu's words, they all nodded. This guy definitely had absolute confidence that he had everything under control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said all this so casually. Many years ago, when the heavenly Tao of Xingwu world suppressed the demon gods, Lu Xiaoyu had already planned and made ample preparations, all in order to welcome the return of the demon race. Now that he'd returned, he'd naturally made all the necessary arrangements. He was aware of the demon ancestor's movements at all times. It was precisely because of this that everyone felt increasingly confident. Now, the only thing they had to worry about was Du Xiaofu's condition. Du Xiaofu, that kid, has only cultivated for a few thousand years. Perhaps we're being too harsh by placing all our hopes on him. Di Batian suddenly lowered his eyes and said softly. As for Du Xiaofu, Di Batian and Dong Huang Taixian had developed an extreme admiration for the purple-robed young man after going through the 18 levels of hell. That kid was an anomaly. His cultivation speed wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Even the 2 of them, who'd been around since the birth of the 3,000 boundless worlds, felt a heavy blow when compared to him. In a few thousand years, he'd grown from a mortal who couldn't cultivate to his current level. It was truly unimaginable. Pangu's world had existed for so many years after the Great War against the demons, but not a single person like that had appeared. Even the most outstanding of them couldn't hope to catch up to him. Even the patriarchs of the major forces could only blush in shame when compared to him. Of course, all of this couldn't be helped by Lu Xiaofu. He was the one who led Du Xiaofu's growth step by step, from a lowly person to a powerful one, and eventually to a supreme realm. Everyone could imagine how much pain the purple-robed youth had suffered along the way, how many injuries he had suffered, and how much blood he had lost. To him, even though this journey was glorious, he had to go through unimaginable suffering. It was precisely because of this that Di Batian couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. He only felt that they were asking too much of Du Xiaofu. "I believe that he can do it. It's all because of 3 words. Lu Xiaofu's eyes were incomparably deep as he said aloud. "What 3 words?" The expressions of the people around him froze. They were extremely curious and looked at him almost in unison, wanting to hear what Lu Xiaofu had to say. Faced with so many pairs of blazing eyes, Lu Xiaofu smiled and spat out 3 words from between his lips. Du Xiaofu! When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. But after a moment, they understood what Lu Xiaofu meant. That's right! He's Du Xiaofu. He can definitely do it! Xiaolong carefully thought about it and said in a low voice. At the side, Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, and the others nodded when they heard that. Yes, because he's Du Xiaofu, he can definitely do it. After understanding some of that kid's experiences, who would still dare to doubt him? When he was weak, no one believed that Du Xiaofu could become strong, but he did it again and again. Many powerful people's faces were swollen because of him. Many powerful people who were unrivaled and arrogant in the world were trampled under his feet. That was Du Xiaofu. Time after time, he refreshed the world's understanding of him and showed them what it meant to be incredible. Just based on his name alone, it meant that there was nothing in the world that he couldn't do. If he wanted to, he could definitely do it. I'm looking forward to that day. Even if I have to look up to him with reverence, it will still be comforting to see him walk up the altar. Dong Wang Taixian suddenly raised his head and was filled with emotions. There was only one Lu Xiaoyu in the world. If there was a second Lu Xiaoyu, it would be a great blessing. As an elder who had lived for countless years, he had been strong for many years, but he still couldn't find the final glimmer of hope. After seeing Lu Xiaoyu surpass him, if he could see Du Xiaofu in the sky and rise again, it would definitely be a great honor in his life. With the help of the path taken by the two of them, he and Di Batian, who had been stuck at the half-step realm of Tao for countless years, would also see more hope for a breakthrough. That day will appear in the near future. When Di Batian heard Dong Wang Taishuan's words, his whole body was filled with a special spirit. He felt a little lonely, a little empty, and also a little hopeful. At this time, the two of them were especially looking forward to that day. They wanted to see that day come as soon as possible. They wanted to see how Du Xiaofu would kill the devil ancestor, how he would stand at the pinnacle of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors. They wanted to see how he would stand together with his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu at the highest point, overlooking everything in the world. Chapter 2952. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's blood boil. Let's just wait quietly. He'll definitely succeed. At the side, Lu Xiaoyu smiled as he spoke. After that, no one said anything else. They continued to use the power of their primordial spirits to observe the situation on the battlefield. The demons were fleeing in disorder. Many of their powerhouses had been killed, and their overall strength had been greatly reduced. Under these circumstances, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 realms were practically suppressing the demons, causing them to be utterly defeated. More and more demons were dying in battle. The situation was beginning to tilt in their favor. Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaolong, Di Batian, and the others attacked from time to time, interrupting the demons' counterattacks. They couldn't fight back at all. In addition, Lu Xiaoyu sealed the 9 demon generals, keeping them trapped in the ball of light. The 9 demon generals attacked again and again, causing the ball of light to tremble violently. However, they couldn't truly break through it. Just as Xiaolong had predicted, it was impossible to say how long it would take for them to break through the seal. Countless powerhouses advanced through the 18 layers of hell. They were incomparably ferocious, accompanied by terrifying slaughter. This was a relatively long process. It was even more time-consuming than when Du Xiaofu and the others first started to advance. By the time they reached the 7th layer of hell, they'd already spent hundreds of years. It's been hundreds of years. I wonder how much Jiangchen has recovered. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but wonder as he hovered in the air after slicing through the body of an immortal demon. He was somewhat worried. Every day was precious, whether to Jiangchen, the 33 heavens, or the 3,000 realms. What worried Du Xiaofu the most was his own cultivation. It could be said that his senior brother, Du Xiaofu, had placed all his hopes on him. However, after hundreds of years of terrifying slaughter, who knew how many demons had died at his hands? Even now, Du Xiaofu still hadn't found a sliver of an opportunity to break through. He'd already reached the peak of the second level of the Void Tao, but when he raised his head, everything was still hazy. He couldn't see anything higher. Carrying the Tao, is to walk one's own Tao. But how can I truly take this step? Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows as he continued to ponder. In these years of battle, he had been constantly thinking about the answer, but he was unable to grasp the most crucial point. Everyone in the world was clear about the concept of carrying the Tao. However, Du Xiaofu felt that it was too difficult to reach that realm after careful calculation. After all, other than the primordial fiend gods, all living beings were born in the world, which was the world created by the fiend gods. In this way, countless living beings would naturally be restricted and restrained by the laws of the heavens and earth. Those who walked on the path of cultivation would have to follow the laws of the heavens and earth, and the true meaning of the grand Tao step by step. In other words, Du Xiaofu and countless other experts were able to reach the highest point in the world and stand above countless creatures. But in the process, they also integrated the power of the world into their bodies step by step. Everything they comprehended was built on the foundation of the power of the world. And the power of the world came from the primordial fiend gods, from Pangu, exalted celestial, demon ancestor Rahu, and so on. Since I want to walk my own Tao, I must first break free from the shackles of others and transcend the restrictions of the heavens and earth. Du Xiaofu thought in his heart as he muttered to himself. Living beings were born in the world and lived under the laws. They lived in the grand Tao and the laws at all times. If they wanted to survive, they had to follow the true meaning of the laws of the primordial fiend gods. It could even be said that everything a living being possessed was a product of the grand Tao of the heavens and earth. Under such circumstances, how could one truly break free from the shackles of the heavens and earth and walk out the grand Tao that belonged to one's own? The advancement of each level brings with it an endless challenge. And the carrying Tao realm is even better than before. Du Xiaofu felt a little vexed. It was no wonder that senior brother Lu Xiaoyu was the only Hotian living being who had reached the level of Tao bearer since the beginning of time. It was because this step was too difficult. It was so difficult that even those old monsters who had lived for countless years could not take such a step. I'd better ask senior brother and the others for advice. Du Xiaofu thought for a while and finally looked at Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaolong, and the others in the distance. He only felt that if he just relied on his own thinking, he did not know how long it would take for him to get an answer. Senior brother was already a carrying Tao realm expert. Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixien, Yang Hua, and Lu Xintong could also be considered to have taken a critical step. Their opinions would certainly be of some reference. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu did not delay any longer. He glanced at the fighting around the battlefield and found that the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had the absolute upper hand, so he was not worried about anything. Then, his figure flashed and appeared directly beside Lu Xiaoyu. Junior brother, do you have something to ask? Du Xiaofu's arrival did not surprise Lu Xiaoyu in the slightest. As soon as Du Xiaofu stood firm, he asked with a smile, as if he had already guessed Du Xiaofu's purpose. Senior brother, I'd like to ask, what is one's own Tao? Du Xiaofu nodded and did not beat around the bush, directly asking Lu Xiaoyu. The concept of one's own Tao was extremely illusory and difficult to grasp. Du Xiaofu could not comprehend the answer he wanted at all, so he could only ask senior brother Lu Xiaoyu. Kid, I'm afraid you've been troubled by this question for a long time, right? Before Lu Xiaoyu could speak, Xiaolong next to him smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. Yes, ever since I knew this concept, I've been thinking about it. But until today, I realized that the more I think about it, the more obscure it is. It's as if I've fallen into a vicious circle, and I can't get out of it at all. Du Xiaofu told the 6 experts one by one the questions he had thought of. The most important point was that living beings were born between heaven and earth, and they were the products of the great Tao. How could they transcend the great Tao? Could it be that they had to abandon everything in order to be reborn? As his cultivation became deeper and closer, Du Xiaofu became more and more confused, unable to distinguish between things and things. What you think is right, but it's also not right. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile on his face, and said to him very patiently, "In fact, the concept of one's own Tao is indeed illusory. It's just a vague way of saying that the world has added to it. Just as you said, living beings are born from heaven and earth, and are derived from the great Tao. It's impossible for them to completely escape from everything given by the great Tao. If you think about it carefully, you'll know that the great Tao is derived from the four primeval laws of time, space, matter, and soul. These four laws have an enormous influence on living beings at all times. If these traces are completely erased, then wouldn't it be equivalent to being obliterated into the dust and ceasing to exist? How could one escape the shackles of heaven and earth and the shackles of the great Tao without life? So, if you want to take that critical step, then you can't completely escape from the great Tao and heaven and go against all the influence of the energy of the world. If you think about it carefully, you'll know that all along the way, the cultivation of every realm is to lay down a solid foundation for the next realm. Moreover, when you reach the next realm, you'll seek a higher breakthrough and possess even stronger strength. According to this train of thought, you can imagine that when you're in the void Tao realm, you're also laying down the foundation for the Tao carrier realm. No matter if the next step is to build a strategically advantageous position or to break and rebuild, the foundation is still the same." Lu Xiaoyu said a lot at once, and Du Xiaofu also listened carefully to every word. As he listened, he also pondered over the true meaning behind it. It wasn't just him, even Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Huang Taixian, Yang Hue, and Lu Xintong were listening with fascination. All five of them were at the half-step Tao carrier realm now, and they possessed a trace of their own Tao. So, it wasn't the first time they'd heard what Lu Xiaoyu said, but when they listened to it once more, they were faintly able to comprehend a different meaning. "Senior brother, then what should I do?" Du Xiaofu thought for a long time, and he asked once more after digesting Lu Xiaoyu's words. He understood the meaning behind Qinxi's words, and it was basically to point out his own misconceptions. Escaping the shackles of heaven and earth wasn't equal to escaping everything that the great Tao had bestowed upon him. What he needed to do was to find a breakthrough in his current cultivation base. This kind of breakthrough could be like in the past, where he would take a step further from his original foundation, or he could treat his current cultivation base as a giant mountain and cause it to collapse and transform into a brand new appearance. This was the true meaning of the Tao carrier realm. Let me give you a few examples, and perhaps you'll understand a little. Hearing Du Xiaofu's question, Lu Xiaoyu had no intention of hiding anything, and he directly said, "Your own Tao, as the name suggests, is something that you comprehend on your own, and it's unique in this world. I've made some summaries. Just like the ancient great god Pangu, his Tao can be called the Tao of all living beings, and the devil ancestor's Tao is the Tao of slaughter. The Tao of all living beings opens up a vast world for the prosperity of all living beings, and for the prosperity of all races. Back in the ancient times, Pangu world had produced countless powerful beings. Back then, the world didn't fall apart like it did now. Instead, it was a whole, thriving and thriving. In the Pangu world, Tao carrier realm experts emerged one after another, and if it weren't for the ancient Great Demon War, which greatly depleted the world's energy, who knows how many living beings would have stepped into the Tao carrier realm by now? Just thinking about it was enough to make one's blood boil. However, in order to protect the present 33 heavens, great god Pangu condensed the energy of many shattered worlds and turned it into a peerless seal, and together with his own power, he trapped the devil ancestor in the 18 layers of hell. He walked the Tao of all living beings, so even if he was on the verge of death, he still wanted to protect the 33 heavens. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words, Du Xiaofu was a little shocked. He already knew many things about the ancient times, and when he met the illusion of Great Luo in the divine martial world, the latter had told him that the Pangu world was a whole in ancient times, and there was no concept of 33 heavens. Who would have thought that there was such a reason behind it? It wasn't that Pangu couldn't survive after sealing the devil ancestor. but in order to protect the remaining 33 heavens and countless small worlds, he had no choice but to use his own power to condense many lifeless shattered worlds together and impose a seal on the devil ancestor's world. The Tao of all living beings, the heart of all living beings, great God Pangu was like a benevolent god of creation, carefully protecting everything he created with his own hands to prevent them from being harmed. In that case, the devil ancestor's Tao of slaughter was to kill. He opened up the devil world, and the living beings in it were his tools of slaughter. Therefore, the devil world was also very strong, incomparably terrifying, and exceedingly cruel. Du Xiaofu thought about it and said. He came to this conclusion according to his senior brother's train of thought. Exactly. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, looking at Du Xiaofu and saying, the reason why the devil race loved to kill so much was because of the devil ancestor's Tao of slaughter. He opened up a world with the Tao of slaughter, and the living beings in it naturally lived by killing. The entire world was scarlet red, filled with the smell of blood. After the devil race began to conquer the Pangu world, this kind of killing stopped. Then, countless devil race people were organized and sent to attack the outside world, brewing the terrifying ancient devil war. Great God Pangu and the devil ancestor both had their own Tao. Senior brother, do you know what kind of Tao Heavenly Lord Daluo had? Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at senior brother Lu Xiaoyu again. He was very concerned about this. It seemed that the Tao of the creator of a world had a very strong influence on the living beings in it. However, the people of Shenwu world didn't seem to be much different from the experts of the 33 heavens. Could it be that the Tao of Heavenly Lord Daluo was the same as that of Great God Pangu, the Tao of all living beings? Heavenly Lord Daluo died long ago. Except for Shenwu world, he didn't leave anything behind. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly sighed, as if he was filled with endless regret, and said, his Tao could be said to be a kind of unyielding Tao that would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. In the ancient times, when the devil race attacked, Heavenly Lord Daluo didn't hesitate at all. Even if it was the fledgling Daluo world and his own life, he wouldn't let the devil ancestor, who had evil intentions, get any benefits from him. Listening to Lu Xiaoyu's narration, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but nod in agreement. He had understood all of this long ago. Just as senior brother said, in the ancient times, when the devil ancestor attacked Daluo world, he thought that Heavenly Lord Daluo would submit to protect his own life. Who would have thought that Heavenly Lord Daluo would turn around and join hands with Great God Pangu to help Pangu world, and even suppress the devil ancestor's body? This kind of action could indeed be called unyielding. However, after Heavenly Lord Daluo fell, the fledgling Daluo world began to shrink. It was only because of the power that Heavenly Lord Daluo left behind that it could barely maintain itself. In the end, this Daluo world, which had become the size of a small world, changed its trajectory and became one with the 33 heavens and countless other worlds. Under the influence of the laws of Pangu world, it no longer had such a distinctive characteristic. Otherwise, every living being that came out of Shenwu world would be ferocious people who would rather break than bend. Lu Xiaoyu spoke again and added. At this point, Du Xiaofu truly understood the characteristics of Shenwu world. It turned out that it hadn't fully matured, and then it was influenced by Pangu world. This was why there weren't any obvious differences between the two worlds. In other words, every Tao will carry with it the characteristics or will of the cultivator. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly and came to this conclusion. Whether it was Great God Pangu, Heavenly Lord Daluo, or the Devil Ancestor, the worlds created by these three people all had their own distinctive characteristics. And these characteristics were influenced by the creator of the world, and related to their own temperament. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of himself. He had lived for thousands of years and had his own unique characteristics, but it wasn't easy to summarize the most prominent point in a short period of time. This kid, it seems like he understands at once. Seeing Du Xiaofu fall into deep thought, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Yanghua, and the others smiled. They all knew that it wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to break through to Tao bearing. It was just that he wanted to do it quickly, so that when the devil ancestor fully recovered, he could play a crucial role. But everyone also understood that Du Xiaofu could comprehend these things, but it didn't mean that he could quickly break through and create his own Tao. Just thinking about it made one realize how difficult it was. They didn't expect Du Xiaofu to reach the peak in one go, but if he could use these comprehensions to create a small Tao and set foot on that path, then he would be halfway to success. The rest could only be left to heaven's will. Senior brother, I want to know what kind of Tao you're walking. After thinking for a while, Du Xiaofu looked at Lu Xiaofu and raised his doubts. He looked at the green-robed man in front of him with a deep gaze and even blinked twice, extremely curious. Du Xiaofu asked this question for a reason. As the only expert to break through to Tao bearing as an innate spirit body, his senior brother Lu Xiaofu's Tao was probably more useful than Pangdu, Heavenly Lord Daluo, and the Devil Ancestors. It was precisely because of this that Du Xiaofu was very concerned about this question. He stared straight at Lu Xiaofu, wanting to hear his answer. Hearing this question, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Gua, and Lu Xintong, including Lu Xiaofu, all began to laugh. As the closest people to Lu Xiaofu, the five of them naturally knew what kind of Tao Lu Xiaofu was walking. Boss's Tao is the Tao of the tyrant. Before Lu Xiaoyu could reply, Xiaolong glanced at his boss and said to Du Xiaofu, "Let's go." Chapter 2953. The Way of the Tyrant. Xiaolong's words caused Du Xiaofu to be startled. He looked at his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu in surprise, not quite believing Xiaolong's words. Ever since his rise to power in the divine martial world, he had seen the illusions left behind by his senior apprentice brother. Back in the first level of the 18 layers of hell, when he had chased after the eastern departing Crimson Phoenix and Xinyan, causing Jiangchen to act against him, he had seen Lu Xiaoyu in person. By now, he had gained quite a bit of understanding of the master of the 3,000 great worlds. However, in Du Xiaofu's impression, senior brother Lu Xiaoyu had always been amiable and always had a kind smile on his face. Where was the aura of a tyrant? If that was the case, wouldn't he be somewhat incompatible with the way of the tyrant? However, thinking about it carefully, Du Xiaofu also remembered that senior brother Lu Xiaoyu had appeared at several crucial moments. The first time he faced the demon ancestor, and then he suppressed the blood ancestor in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Previously, he had intimidated the 9 demon generals with his absolute strength. Every time he appeared, he had indeed displayed extreme dominance. However, it was clear that these performances alone were insufficient to say that he had walked out of the way of the tyrant. What's with that look in your eyes? Seeing Du Xiaofu's suspicious expression, Xiaolong snorted in dissatisfaction. At the same time, he slapped the back of Du Xiaofu's head, almost causing him to stagger. The next moment, the purple-robed young man held his head with a bitter expression, looking as if he had been wronged. He really didn't mean anything else. It was just that he couldn't imagine senior brother Lu Xiaoyu's domineering appearance. Did he have to treat him like this? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but secretly glare at Xiaolong. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaolong was little Xingxing's father, he would definitely be angry with him. You still dare to glare at me? Obviously, Du Xiaofu's little actions did not escape Xiaolong's observation. He snorted and said, Little Xingxing has been following you for so many years and has been beaten up a lot. As a father, I can't just watch my daughter get bullied without doing anything. That slap just now was not for anything else. From now on, I won't cause trouble for you. Xiaolong glared at Du Xiaofu, obviously wanting to bully him. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyu, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Gua, and Lu Xintong were all laughing. This was his biological father settling scores with his adoptive father. Xiaolong was taking revenge for little Xingxing. This little girl is really an ingrate. See how I'll deal with you in the future. Du Xiaofu was speechless. He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and the veins on his forehead bulged. That damned girl, little Xingxing, actually complained to her father behind his back. Isn't slapping a technique that I'm used to? Now, he was actually being used by someone else. Du Xiaofu secretly swore that he would definitely catch little Xingxing and teach her a lesson. Besides, Du Xiaofu also wanted to fight 300 rounds with Xiaolong to vent his anger. But when he thought about the gap between his strength and Xiaolong's, he could only suppress this thought in his heart and give up helplessly. However, suddenly another "pa" sound was heard. "Boss, you hit me again!" Xiaolong had just slapped Du Xiaofu and was feeling proud. But in an instant, the back of his head was suddenly attacked. "You little brat, Du Xiaofu raised little Xingxing for you, and you still treat him like this." Lu Xiaoyu slowly retracted his palm and said casually, "This? How can this be the same?" Xiaolong was the one who felt extremely wrong. He had a bitter look on his face, and did not dare to vent his anger on Lu Xiaoyu. Instead, he glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu again. Du Xiaofu rubbed his nose and turned his head to ignore him. Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixin, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong laughed heartily at the same time. "Du Xiaofu, don't take it to heart. Xiaolong is just using this method to get closer to you." At this time, Yanghua walked to Du Xiaofu's side and patted him lightly on the shoulder as he said with a smile, "That's right. The few of us are as close as brothers and sisters. Since you're my junior, you're naturally our younger brother. But all this while, you seem to treat us like how you treat your seniors. Xiaolong is little Xingxing's father, and you're little Xingxing's father. If the two of you can get along better, that's what little Xingxing would be most happy to see." Lu Xintong's red lips parted slightly as she said this to Du Xiaofu. Through their explanation, Du Xiaofu could understand Xiaolong's actions. Just as Lu Xintong had said, no matter if it was Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixin, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, or even his own senior, Lu Xiaoyu, he would often subconsciously treat them as his seniors and treat them with respect and reverence. Through this small scene, he could indeed feel a sense of closeness. It was as though he was slowly becoming part of their small circle. "Let's talk about Boss's way of the Overlord." Xiaolong rubbed his head a few times before he pouted and started talking. The few of them nodded and then began to tell Du Xiaofu about Lu Xiaoyu's deeds in detail. Sometimes Xiaolong would tell the story, and sometimes it would be Lu Xintong's turn. Sometimes it would be Yanghua's turn. Di Batian and Dong Wang Taixin would also chime in from time to time. After listening to the detailed narration, Du Xiaofu was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked by Lu Xiaoyu's deeds in the past. Only now did he know that his senior had walked from a lowly position to a glorious position in the small Linwu world. He had overcome all obstacles and killed all evil. He was unparalleled in his domineering ways. On his path of advancement, there were many geniuses and powerful families. However, those who stood in his way were all killed. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation path was a chapter about the rise of the Overlord. It was filled with hot blood. It was like a king ascending to the heavens. He had the attitude of those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. This was an absolute domineering way that relied on absolute strength as the foundation. Du Xiaofu made a comparison. The process of his senior's rise was somewhat similar to his, but at the same time, it was also very different. The similarity between them was that the paths they had walked were filled with killing and fighting. They were paved with blood and bones. The difference was also very obvious. What his senior Lu Xiaoyu wanted to achieve was to be above everything and be supreme. Lu Xiaoyu did it. He finally succeeded and stood at the highest point in the world. He overlooked the world and became the master of all living things in the 3,000 sectors. However, Du Xiaofu was different. All his efforts were mainly for the reunion of his family, the peace of his loved ones, the safety of his people, and the stability of the world behind him. All his efforts, all his motivation, all came from this. Compared to his senior Lu Xiaoyu, there was no difference between them. They were both doing it for their own obsessions. It was just that their goals were different. Could it be that this is the Tao that I have walked on? Du Xiaofu suddenly fell into deep thought. He frowned and started to think. In a daze, he slowly turned around and walked slowly in the void. He was constantly thinking. Lu Xiaoyu Xiaolong, and the others did not care about him. They allowed Du Xiaofu to walk alone and comprehend deeply. Under their gazes, Du Xiaofu walked further and further away. Not long after, the second strongest expert of the Devil clan saw the purple-robed young man in a daze. He immediately rushed forward and slashed down with a demonic saber. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to be slashed by the saber, a purple-gold light suddenly rushed out from his body. It turned into a fierce and domineering sword light and directly slashed out. This sword light was extremely terrifying. It carried the terrifying power of the great Tao and was close to perfection. The yin and yang qi rotated and rolled endlessly. It instantly defeated the demonic expert's saber attack. Then, the sword light did not weaken and fiercely slashed the demonic expert's body, sending him flying. Demonic blood gushed out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with panic and shock. He did not dare to sneak attack Du Xiaofu again. What good comprehension! In the distance, Di Batian clicked his tongue and sighed with emotion. Including him, Lu Xiaoyu Xiaolong, and the others were all shocked by this scene. Du Xiaofu had obviously fallen into a deep state of comprehension and had the ability to spontaneously fight against the enemy. It was obviously unwise to attack him at this time. The demonic expert who launched the sneak attack could be considered unlucky. The attack did not succeed and he was heavily injured instead. I was just about to tell him that if he wants to walk his own path, he has to combine his own characteristics to comprehend it. But I didn't expect this kid to think it through so quickly. It seems that he understands himself very well and is very clear about what he wants. He knows the ultimate goal of his cultivation, Lu Xiaoyu said with a slight smile. He was very gratified that Du Xiaofu suddenly began to comprehend. His own path was difficult to say, but it was also very simple. But to say it was simple, it was also very complicated. However, with this insight, it was a good opportunity for Du Xiaofu to break through. In the following period of time, the purple-robed youth could be seen in various battlefields in the 18 levels of hell. Under the gaze of many experts, the purple-robed youth could be seen in various places. He was like a wandering soul with his head lowered, wandering around aimlessly. In the beginning, many people did not know what was going on with Du Xiaofu. But gradually, they realized that he was comprehending something new. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many experts of the devil race set their sights on Du Xiaofu. They all knew that the purple-robed youth would play an important role in the future battles. Hence, the demonic race would not let him go so easily. Now that this was a godsend opportunity, how could they not attack? If they succeeded, it would cause great damage to the 33 heavens and the 3,000 greater worlds. Lu Xiao's plan would also fail. With this mentality, the demonic race would often launch sneak attacks to kill Du Xiaofu. At the very least, it would be good if they could interrupt his comprehension. We cannot let the demonic race affect the Yuqing godly emperor. Around them, some of the older generation meditative experts saw this scene. How could they let the demonic race's plan come true? Many figures rushed over, with Du Xiaofu as the center, protecting him in the center. Du Xiaofu did have the ability to defend himself, but it was better to be safe than sorry. If he overreached himself and was interrupted, it would not be a good thing. Hence, under the protection of many experts, no one from the demonic race dared to disturb the purple-robed youth. He seemed to be comprehending something and was in an extremely deep state. It was as if he was completely isolated from the outside world. Under such circumstances, the experts continued to push forward, towards the higher levels of the 18 levels of hell. In another direction, the seals of the 9 demon generals were also under Lu Xiaoyu's control. They moved along with the rest of the battlefield. The fates of these 9 people were in Lu Xiaoyu's hands. The reason why he did not kill them now was to leave them for Du Xiaofu to train in the future. Rumble! In the 18 levels of hell, the terrifying massacre was still ongoing. The experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 greater worlds clashed with the demonic race again and again. However, the situation was becoming clearer and clearer. All the advantages were in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 greater worlds' favor. The demonic race was being completely suppressed, and their casualties were unimaginable. At the same time, there were a few demons who were in the meditative realm. They saw the opportunity early and escaped to the deeper parts of hell. Hence, no one chased after them. Those people would face death sooner or later. Sooner or later, it would not make much of a difference. In the end, the meditative realm was of no use. The real battle was between the demon ancestor and Lu Xiaoyu. Those who were not strong enough could not interfere. Now that the situation had reached this stage, Lu Xiaoyu's plan was extremely effective. Other than the demon ancestor and the 9 demon generals, cultivators of other levels would lose their effectiveness. Their influence would be minimized. But we don't have much time left. Outside the various battlefields, Lu Xiaoyu watched the tragic massacre and could not help but slowly frown. At present, everyone had advanced to the 10th level of hell. The demonic race had launched a huge defeat and had no ability to form an effective counterattack. But in his heart, he felt more and more dignified. Glancing into the distance, Du Xiaofu was still wandering, not out of the state of comprehension. However, he did not seem to have any intention of waking up for the time being. It is absolutely impossible for that kid to succeed and break through to the Tao-bearing realm in one go. But this is an opportunity for him to plant a Tao seed, waiting for one day to germinate and grow. Xiaolong chimed in from the side. Lu Xiaoyu nodded. Of course, he knew how difficult it was to break through to the Tao-bearing realm. It was impossible to expect Du Xiaofu to do it in one go. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time left. Over the years, all of Lu Xiaoyu's plans had been flawless. Only Du Xiaofu had been an unstable factor. Just as Di Batian had said, their expectations for Du Xiaofu were too strong. They placed all their hopes on him. However, his growth required a process. This was something that could not be forced. The kid's abilities had already far exceeded everyone's expectations. But now, it seemed that he was still a small step away from their ultimate goal. Jiangqin is about to recover. Perhaps we should intervene. We can't let him recover so easily. Lu Xiaoyu gazed into the void. It was as if he could see the 18 layers of hell, into the deepest depths, and into Jiangqin's condition. Attacking Jiangqin was part of his plan. His goal was to buy time for Du Xiaofu. Perhaps we should have intervened long ago. Dongwang Taixian sighed. It seemed to him that interfering with the demon ancestor now was a bit too late. It's not too late to act now. The demon ancestor has just reached a critical juncture. Striking him at this critical juncture is more appropriate than any other time. Lu Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said as such. When the others heard this, they all raised their eyebrows. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now! Xiaolong couldn't wait any longer, and said immediately. His eyes shone with an intense light and surged with murderous intent. You guys stay on the battlefield. I'll go alone. Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand and said to the people beside him. Then, he stepped forward, preparing to leave and head directly to the 18th layer of hell. Boss, why don't we go with you? Perhaps we'll be able to help. Xiaolong hurried over and said hurriedly. He was a bit worried. The demon ancestor was extremely powerful. Even if his recovery process was interrupted, he'd still be extremely fierce. His boss's cultivation was profound. Perhaps he didn't fear the demon ancestor, but Xiaolong still wanted to fight alongside him. Xiaolong is right. Let's go with Big Brother. Lu Xintong also stepped forward gracefully and said, Now that the situation on the battlefield is under control, even if we leave, there won't be any major accidents. We'd better go with you to the 18th layer of hell. When we face the demon ancestor, perhaps he can provide us with some insights. Yang Guo also said, wanting to go with Lu Xiaoyu. Now that the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds were so powerful, the demon race had no power to resist at all. Under such circumstances, the half-step Great Path Realm experts wouldn't be of much help if they stayed here. It was better to go with Lu Xiaoyu to the 18th layer of hell and fight the demon ancestor. In an instant, Yang Hua Xiaolong, Lu Xintong, Di Batian, and Dongwang Taixian all looked at Lu Xiaoyu with eager eyes. Obviously, they wanted to go with him. How about this? I have a very important task for you. Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then suddenly took out his long saber and handed it to Xiaolong. What's the important task? Xiaolong took it naturally, but he frowned. The others were also puzzled and looked at him with puzzled eyes. In ancient times, when the demon world was sealed into the 18 layers of hell, 18 Dao carriers assisted the great god Pangu to set up a peerless array. Now that the demon race is under control, they can't cause too much trouble. Since that's the case, it's time for those experts to see the light of day again. Looking at Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taishan, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong, Lu Xiaoyu said solemnly, "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."